Please, if your hands are not too busy, and if your legs are not too busy, can we stand up as we give a standing ovation and welcome to Ogene Tega Onojaife for our opening welcome remark. The lady from Abraka, the lady who started in finance and decided that, you know what, finance is just too simple. Sports is where it's at. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out in the rain. And on a public holiday, I really appreciate you taking out the time to come out today. Everybody here is special, and I celebrate and honor you for coming out. But I also want to give a special vote of thanks. That's what I will call it. So the first time we're starting the Ladies in Sports International, I just want to say, a lot of people said, oh, this is a women's thing. We can't be involved. This is a women's thing. And I said, you know, yes, it's targeted towards women's sports, but money has no gender. You know, we want investors from every gender. And I met this man. At the time, he was the vice president of the NFF. And he took his time. I've met a lot of administrators. He took his time. He sat me down. He said, Tega, if we are going to do this thing, this is what we are trying to do. We're not doing charity. We're not doing corporate social responsibility. Let's do business. How do you make women's sports more commercialized? At the time, there was no money. Now we are talking about $3 billion industry. That time, it was not even ₦1 industry. It was just, you know, bland. And he said, Tega, we're going to have to start to do something. Put more women in leadership, put more women on the screens, put more women's sports on the screen. He sat me down. Every time I go to his office, he takes out time. And he's not a small man by any standard. In the legal sector, he's big. In the sports sector, he's huge. So it's an honor for me, and I was a random person, to have sat down with him. And so I want us, please, to put our hands together to the man that has supported this cause for 11 years, Barrister Seyi Akinwumi. He does everything. I will sit down, he would advise me. Sometimes he'll tell me, Think I don't cry. Sometimes he just gives me hope because it's a tough market out there. So I'm very honored to have him in my corner. And so you know now, if you're looking at me with small eye, you can see who is in my corner. So don't try me. I'm small, but I have a very big corner. All right? Also, I want to also recognize this guy. Now, this chief, I didn't even know. The Lord made him for me. You know? Took him from Ogun State, took him to Warri to test some Warri ground. Do you understand? So that by the time I meet him, there'll be familiarity. I was not distant. I remember the first day I met Chief Bukola Olopade. I remember the very first day. I came into his office with a lady called Chichi. And as if he has known me before. No airs. You know, a man that made people to start running on the road in Lagos. People don't used to walk on the road. They are now running on the road intentionally. He took his time. He said, sit down. Gave me my favorite biscuits. And the biscuit came in airplane so that you know that it's not cheap. Came inside container. I'm using that container now to hold my eye pencils. So, multitasking. Amazing man. And I'm taking my time out to recognize these men because as you go, when you sit down and listen to them, you understand the places they've been, the things they know, and then the fact that they chose to give an opportunity to somebody like me. You need to understand. And as big as he was, he took his time. I came in with somebody, usually they'll recognize only the person that comes in. He recognized every single person that walks into the room. And so I want us to put our hands together as we stand up, because this is not, as we stand up to honor the Director General of the National Sports Commission, Nigeria, Chief Bukola Olopade. Now, as Chief Swar said, because everybody is, Chief is a real chief. She has been, you know, they honored her in her village. She's a chief. But when you come to Lagos, your chief is in Warri. When you come to Lagos, all ground is level. But in Lagos State, at the point I wanted to start this conference, I needed Lagos State's backing, Lagos State Sports Commission to support me. I met a man, Dr. Kweku Tando. He said, come in now. Me, I was there. I was trying to kneel down from the door. He said, come in. And he sat down and listened to me. Again, you have to understand, to meet these people is not, sometimes it takes steps. Then when you meet them, you realize that they have no heirs. It's just that they need to be protected. Yes, accessibility is key before you abuse it. And so when you meet them, you realize that they want to partner with you. They want to help you. They want to mentor you. They want to invest with you. It's a completely different picture from when you're standing on the other side. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we recognize Dr. Kweku Tando. He is such an amazing man. I mean, think about it. Look at the people I'm calling, and they came in the rain, and they got here by 9:30. No. 9 o'clock. So I'm honored to have them here. Okay, so I've heard about this man from afar, and I was afraid of him. But like I said, I have a big man in my corner. I have a big man in my corner. So when I went to meet Barrister Sheyi Akínwùmí, he said, don't worry, Tega. He will come. And it's important, because sometimes you're not enough. That's why you need to network. And you need to build a platform. Because sometimes when you network and you do what you need to do, you can now ride on the network of somebody that is excellent, that has great value, that is of great importance. Don't abuse it, recognize it, and the more you honor it, the more you can gain from it. And so he said, I will get him to you. And without any, he didn't say, he didn't say, who is that small girl that you want me to come to our event? He took his time and he came. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for Chief Yemi Idowu. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Ha! This one was important because I was dreaming of her. And when Barrister Sheyi, you see how I'm talking about Barrister Sheyi? I'll be mentioning his name every 2 market days because this is how we are going to be going. He has to be honored. So I went to his office again, and he said to me, Tega, don't worry, I will get you. You see, he started talking about certain women that you need to model your career after. You see how there's growth, you see how there's progress, you see how they carry themselves. And he was very particular about this carrying themselves. Because, I'm a worry girl. Today, I look regularly. On a normal day, I look like a mechanic. And so he said, Tega, I will get you women of character, women that have done things that you can model your career after. And I said, who are these kind of women? When he mentioned her name, I passed out small, and I came back up. But without any heirs, again, she didn't ask, who is this small girl that you're inviting me to her event? She just showed up. And she has 1,000,001 things to do. So please, this time we will stand up again. Please, we will stand up again and put her. Yeah, exactly. She arrived into Nigeria last night just so she wouldn't miss it. Please, let's put our hands together for the former Minister of Finance, Nigeria, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun. I appreciate it. I feel honored. She arrived last night. She said, I'm here. Do you know what? I've never met her. But she just looked at the program and said, I'm coming. It's so, I feel so honored. Like I said, everybody here is special. I also met this young lady via SMS. I just sent her a random message. Please, can you say I'm in Abuja? I said, but I will come. And as she was coming, she said, Tega, I have a driver. I said, no, we'll get someone to pick you. Everything she wanted to do by herself. I said, we can't do that. I'm so honored to have you, Aisha Shuaibu. Please let's put our hands together for the founder of SWA Sports. Again, as I go around, every time I come here, I will be honoring people because it's not easy. We have this legend in the sports industry. A lot of you see him on the screen. And he just carries himself like a normal guy. Not a normal guy, legend. And so when I was calling people to attend my event, he said, don't waste your time, I'm coming. I'm coming. I watched him on NTA. I watched him when he went to Super Sport. No airs. I've been in this industry for a while. You know there's some people that you meet, they'll say, young lady. But when you meet him, he will elevate you just by the way he recognizes you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the legend in sports broadcasting, Charles Anazodo. So when I come back again, I have a second round of people. Please, so we'll be clapping for people because, you have to give honor to whom honor is due. And the truth of the matter is you can't benefit from those who you don't respect. If you don't value a thing, you can't benefit from it because you don't understand it. So I'll be coming back. When I come back again, another round. But thank you so much for coming out here. Today, we just really want to talk about business, how to make money. Passion is good, but passion must pay the bills. It is important that we recognize what the value of sports is. America is celebrating 250 years. They have done everything to get sports events. They did everything to target the World Cup to fall in line. They held the Rugby World Cup last year. They have the Football World Cup, don't call it soccer. They have the Football World Cup this year. They're going to have cricket next. They're using sports to push the market. Some of us were up till 5 a.m. last night, not because we're doing anything that makes money. We're watching Wembanyama throw away 29-point lead. And then we went to our offices angry. Sports is a big business. It can change a society. During COVID, one of the first things that the UK looked to open was the Premier League. The economy that comes with sports is huge, and we cannot continue to take it for granted. Whether it's infrastructure, because that's one of the things we need to look at in Nigeria, infrastructural development and investment. And we need to stop looking at the government. It's not the government, it's your money. Start to build your own things. The government is for governance. You are for the economy. So we have to start looking at things like the infrastructure. We have to look at things like the byproducts, all the content creation, all the financing, the media. There's a huge market in sports. And this year, we are going to focus solely on money making. Passion is great, money is good. So today, we are going to learn from the experts. I did not recognize. People should flog me when you see me. So, another round. No, but let me do it now that I've seen you. So I know I still have a jersey. The jersey has peeled, but I still wear it. That's how proud I am. The best national football team in Africa. In the world, Seth. Yes, because how many have Brazil won? How many have England? What are they talking? The best national team in the world, the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Put your hands together for them. We will do 11. We did 10 last time. They will beg us. They will beg us not to come the next one so that they will win something. We have the captain. She served at every single level. Do you know what it is to be consistently excellent from under 17 to the senior national team? Every single level. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a massive round of applause, let's put our hands together for Desire Okparanozie. Athletes of athletes. I had to honor her before I go. I'll come back again, like I said, we'll be honoring people. I'm seeing their faces, round and round. So thank you one more time for taking the time out. We move now to the next. We will be as swift as possible. And even here, as I got here, I was just standing on my own. Somebody with expertise in these things said, Tega, we can make this thing more participatory. And we've changed I know you saw the schedule on social media. We've changed the schedule just a little bit to fit the purpose of this. And we're going to learn about it as we go. So let's put us together one more time. I welcome the MC and the host. With the most, Chief Swa.
A round of applause for yourselves. Today you will be clapping for yourselves a lot. I went to see my psychologist, and my psychologist is for the psychiatrist for the crazy people. So my psychologist said that a lot of us, we don't get to experience being applauded for a lot of times. That's why sports is very important. And we need to start clapping for ourselves. So can you clap for yourself? Please appreciate yourself. Where I come from, they say, what's here, Bobo, Aka, Owo. I saw what you did there too. Fantastic. So slowly and surely we are getting somewhere. I see some young Nigerian ballers that are just coming through. They saw the advert online and they were interested. Barrister Sheyi, this is what you said. Strike the match, the fire will catch. So you're very welcome. I see Matthew Edafe over there is going to be one of the speakers. In fact, he's the only man here. Okay. Chief, it's only two of you that you have you can manage. You are not Yakubu, you will manage. So these are the two men that are going to be mounted. Please, the one known as a leg better, please, can you come forward? Those of you at the back, please come forward. Come forward. So we are streaming from the Facebook platform of LIS, Ladies in Sports, and we're using the hashtag. So if you post or if you do anything digital-wise, LIS2026. How do they say it again? Kachiko? Is that what you people say? Huh? Quinchiko? Kunjiko? I will learn something today. We will learn something from each other. And now, as we set off to go, hashtag LIS2026. And for those of you, I know some persons that are streaming from Owerri, some are streaming from Jos, already from our platforms, LIS2026. If you're in LIS, original edition number 1, raise your hand. So proud of you. So proud of yourselves. Look at them. LIS, second edition. Fatil, we're still looking. Third edition. Fourth edition. Susie. Fifth edition. Onyeye. Sixth edition. So as we make welcome, or we get set to make welcome our keynote speaker, I just want to ask just one person, what is one thing that you find most valuable about coming to LIS? You've done 11 editions, right or right, Dolakbo? Please be upstanding. She used to do these things that I used to do. So, you know, we all do these things together. So what's one thing you really appreciated about this summit?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Saw. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oludolakpo Adewale, and it's such a pleasure to be here. I remember the maiden edition of LIS. It was a fantastic day. Okay, what is one thing that I've always looked forward to here? It's the array of people that come here. The networking, the fact that you can listen to people. See my note, I always bring a jotter. Telema Davis, we were there at the maiden edition. I always write things down from this conference, an action point. Tega mentioned something about not it being a charity, and I always see sport moving from the passion angle to the profit angle. And that's what I always write in my note. That was the action point from a conference like this. I always like to see how I can be better and how I can make something good out of something I love. We love sport, but how can we make it into a passionate thing? So what I always look forward to at LIS conferences are the kind of people I network with and how to make myself a better person. Thank you.
That was a very good one. Come on now. That was a layered, nuanced response. Thank you very much. And I hope on that note, we are in the right frame of mind as we welcome a lady who has done things from waters across, waters within, and has traversed different entities and industries and finance. In fact, when they call a few persons in Nigeria and they talk about money, when you say Okonjo Iweala, the next thing is Madam Kemi Adeosun. And if your hands are not too busy, please make welcome our keynote speaker as she gives us the breakdown of why profits, power, and purpose in sports go beyond the game.
Thank you very much. Please, please, please sit down, please, please. Thank you so much. Let me start by paying honor to the organizers of Ladies in Sport International and for the 11 years journey that you have traveled and all that you have achieved. It's really difficult doing something very niche and doing it very well. So I congratulate you. I congratulate Tega, who came to greet me with so much energy. I thought, who is this one? She just jumped on me. I said, okay, you must be Tega. So congratulations to you and your team. Let me credit everybody on, it's not really a high table, but let's just do some recognitions. So Barrister Sheyi Akinwumi is is my brother, but he's also one of maybe 2 or 3 people in the entire world that I find it very difficult to say no to. So he asked me, I didn't even read what he said, I just said, okay. And then his wife called me and said, this Sheyi thing, I said, you know what, I don't even know what it's about, but I find it difficult to say no to him. But then when I read it, I thought, wow, this is really, really impressive. And the fact that he gives his time, because with Sheyi, if you know him, on his birthday is a charity football match. If he turns 50, he's raising money for something. He's very passionate about sports. The NFF, his NFF era, I think, was actually probably when he did least work, because this is him. He didn't need the title. He didn't need NFF to do what he does. He does it out of huge passion and huge energy. And so I'm not going to ask you to stand, but just give him another round of applause, please. It's so well-deserved. It's difficult for someone to do something with no monetary interest and do it consistently and keep on doing it year in, year out, whether he's recognized or not. So I recognize you, Barrister Sheyi Akinwumi. Well done. And then to his right is another brother. This is an Ogun State Day, so another brother. I knew his name as Commissioner for Youth and Sports in Ogun State, Commissioner Bukola Olapade, but he's another one, just like Sheyi, that even when they don't have the title, they carry the passion, they carry the torch. The next thing I would see is doing a marathon, he's doing this. Anytime they're speaking on sports on TV, uppy, pop. I'm not saying that negatively, I'm actually saying it positively because it takes intention. And it takes, and I will tell you, all those TV appearances you see them on, they're not paid. They get themselves there, they speak. If they're lucky, they get a glass of water, and then they go back. That's real passion. So I congratulate you for that. And then Mr. Yemi Idowu is a name that I know in industry, but we'll talk about that offline. But, you know, the money's in the room there. So those of you that are looking for money, maybe I should just stop there and say, Mr. Sheyi, Mr. Yemi Idowu, and then Mr. Tando, again, another one whose name has carried on being associated with the work after the title has gone. And that's where you know real passion, because I think in politics sometimes Commissioner for Youth and Sports is something they just give it to somebody, okay, let him be jumping. And you see somebody that has absolutely no passion, no knowledge running around in sports. But people that keep it going after the title is gone, those are the people to watch out for. And those are the change makers in any industry. And of course, my sister Aisha, I'm just meeting you for the first time. I Googled you quickly. I think it's just a name to watch. Just watch out. Just watch out for her. Watch out for her. So, everybody here, of course, is important because it's raining. It's a public holiday. And the fact that you've come out and given your time to this says that you have passion for it. And I'm sure, therefore, what I'm going to say may not be everything you want to hear, because people are saying, show me where the money is. And I have good and bad news for you. I'll tell you that the good news is that the money is there, but the bad news is it's going to take time, and it's going to take many, many more events like this to crack it open, because nothing actually just happens. So, you know, and that's why I don't bring out statistics. Oh, in America, this team is worth so billion, because Nigerians like money. So once they hear the money, they're like, where, how? It's actually by doing this year in, year out. It's about being very intentional. And then when the money comes, the money meets it. If you look at the genesis of any sport that has done well anywhere, they don't just wake up one day. It started with a process. So I want to just encourage the ladies in Sport International, don't get tired of the process. I think it's Arteta, right? Stick with the process. Stick with, confession, I'm a Man U fan. And we're rising, and we're rising, we're rising, we're rising. They're rising, yeah. But stick with the process, right? And also, I grew up 2 minutes from the Emirates. So 21 years of chasing something. I'm not saying it'll take you 22 years to get what you want, but I'm saying don't get tired of the process. Because what tends to happen with these type of causes, people get tired. And when they get tired, all the progress they've made starts eroding. So if anything, if you think I was going to come and give you a roadmap for how to squeeze money out. I could tell you a few things, and I will share a few things. But the truth is, what I want to tell you is to keep going, to stick with the process, to not say, well, what is ladies in sport? I mean, sport is difficult. Then ladies in sport, is this thing worth it? I want to just encourage you to stick with the process. Because eventually, with your persistence, you reach a tipping point. And when you reach that tipping point, trust me, the money starts running after you. And then the questions then are, what structures have you built? What habits have you built? What systems have you built to be ready for it? Because it will come. Will come. We've started seeing signs. And you know how things happen in Nigeria? One person breaks out. Toby Amushon breaks a record. Suddenly everyone looks here. The Super Falcons win something. Everybody's looking. And it's going to continue like that across the gamut of sports. But the question then is, firstly, there are two things. Is the forerunners usually don't make any money. Sorry if you're a forerunner, but that's the truth. Usually don't make the money. It's the one behind that then comes through. So what can we do to build sustainability? One, I would say, is structure. And thank God Barrister Akinwumi is a lawyer. So he can advise on the type of structures that even if someone breaks out, something comes back to build for the ones behind. Because the truth is, we're all selfish human beings. If you get a contract tomorrow, a lot of us don't remember who got us started. A lot of us can't even remember who our primary school teachers were. So relying on people to look back, there's no wisdom in that. And no country does that, by the way. All those little children's academies, there's a contract binding those kids that when you make it, look back. But it shouldn't be optional. We have to build it and make it mandatory. That if you make it, even if it's 1% for the ones behind, it will make a huge difference if everybody does it. So those are the type of structures we've got to look at. I know from fundraising, and I'll share a personal experience. So I think today's the 12th. So tomorrow, 13th of June, will be 5 years since I started a charity called Dash Me Foundation. And I started Dash Me because I wanted to raise money for orphanages. So we started, and I didn't want to ask people for money. I wanted to do creative fundraising. So what we did, and again, I have to thank Mr. Sheyi Akinwumi, because both him and his wife and his daughter, they all turned up. So these are why I can't say no. And this is why, even though I got off the flight last night and I was really tired. In fact, this morning when I got, my husband said, why are you doing this to yourself? I said, it's Sheyi. He just said, okay, go. So I started a journey, Dash Me Foundation, because I wanted to raise money for orphanages. But I didn't want to ask people for money. I wanted to prove that it was possible to raise money in Nigeria without asking for cash. And up till now, I've never asked anybody for cash. What do? I ask them for their old clothes. Not old, useless, but old, still wearable. Please, instead of giving it to your younger sister or the people in the village who will send you messages through the clothes, give them to me. I sell them, and we send the money to orphanages. Tomorrow will be our 5th year. We will open our 5th store. We're a shop, so we're charity shop. So basically you walk in, it looks like a boutique, and all that's being sold there are things that people are no longer wearing, no longer using, that are saleable. And we sell them, you know, it's air conditioned, so it's nice, fan. We sell them at a reasonable price. So far, in these 5 years, we've raised over 500 million through those shops. Now, that 500 million sounds like a big amount, but I want to break it down for you. I want to break it down to some days we sell nothing. Some days, each of the shops, so there's one in Lekki, there's one in VI, there's one in Abuja, there's one in Surulere, and by God's grace, by the end of the month, there'll be one in Abeokuta, and I get the figures every day. Some days they sell 0. A good day, maybe 100,000 naira, 200 in one shop, 50 in another shop, 30 in another shop. But the truth is, the compounding effect of those small amounts is what has allowed us to raise 500 million. It's small, and it's consistent. And to be honest with you, it's worth more. I know it's, you know, and I'm not saying don't go to the corporates. I'm not saying don't go and harass MTN, Glow, all those. Yes, you should do that. But the money that will really take you where you need to go is the little money that comes in every week. So what has it done for us? It means that orphanages that before used to wait till Christmas, then maybe they'd get 20 bags of rice, no oil, no meat, can apply to us. We support many orphanages. Or they have a roof leak, because people don't think of this. People think of orphans, people think of food. But the truth is, orphans need school fees. Some of them have medical conditions, they have hospital bills. Some of them, and please, any of you that ever does this, it's my birthday, I want to take things to the orphanage, please, I beg you, just before you do it, call them and ask them what they need. Please, just put in a call. You'll be shocked at how many orphanages we've come into contact with who have 40 bags of rice, no Maggi, no oil, no meat. And if the owner makes, obviously, a sensible decision, let me sell this rice before weevil set in, then people start shouting, don't give out, she's selling it. They don't understand their needs. So just little appeal, don't turn up singing and dancing and then the orphans have to clap for you and pray for you. They will, because they have to. But the truth is, sometimes what they need is cash. Sometimes what they need is bathing soap. Sometimes what they need is toothpaste. And sometimes what they need is just, can you put this child on your own health insurance? Because this child gets sick every month. So just putting them on your health insurance takes a huge financial burden off the orphanage. I digress, but I'm coming back to sports. So what has Dashmi taught me? Dashmi has taught me that Nigerians will give. If you can find structures for them to give and they feel comfortable with what you're using the money for. So if you enter our shops, you will see pictures of the projects you've done. In addition to which, on our Instagram pages, I screenshot the payment advice to show where the money, because Nigerians, after a while, there was a day, I'm digressing, I was traveling, and I'm sitting in business class, and then someone said, oh, are you still doing that charity? And I could immediately think what she's thinking. Oh, so you think it's the charity money I'm using? I mean, so I have to be very transparent and say, no. I have my own things that I do to live. I'm doing this for a good, I don't take money out of the business. In fact, Dashmi owes me. But the point is, you need to be very transparent. People don't like hidden things. So being transparent about money, if you look on our page, you'll see the actual advice, the name of the beneficiary. It is not Kemi Adeosun, it's so orphanage, and we will say what it's for. So if you want to go and verify, you can go and see what the money is being used for. So what does this mean for Ladies in Sport International? Be transparent. Be transparent to the point where it's painful, because it will bring in more revenue. It will bring in more assurance. It's not that people don't trust you. It's not that people don't trust. It's that trust has been eroded in many cases, and we have to be honest about it, and we have to own that. So if you want more revenue, be more transparent. Show people where the money's going. Show people not just where the money, but show people the impact. This kid is competing in the African Games because your 500,000 pays for X, Y, Z. That's compelling. That is incredibly compelling. The other thing I want to share with you, my lesson from Dashmi, is that there is a lot of money and a lot of interest in the diaspora. A lot of kids, a lot of my donors, so every year I go to London, I do something called Dash Day. I go around to all the churches and basically I ask people to dash. Give me what you're not using. And last year, the first year we did it, it wasn't that successful. People gave us a lot of rubbish. I don't know what they think we do in Nigeria, but it was just rubbish. Like, oh, is it for Nigeria? Okay, take. And when we opened, it was rubbish. But we got better. We communicated better. We explained to them. We showed them, no, it's not rubbish we sell in Nigeria. These are the kind of things we want. So last year we went back. We expanded it. We filled a 40-foot container. We brought it back in. As a charity, we don't pay duty, so that helped us. And we have sold all those items through our shop. The proceeds built an orphanage from scratch in Igondo. It's a she's been running it for 42 years, but she's been in rented accommodation. We built the orphanage from scratch, we furnished it, and we handed it over to her to keep running. So what am I saying? I'm saying it is doable. Now, a lot of those donors were Nigerians who have never been to Nigeria, but they identify with Nigerians. So Mr. Sheyi and Mr. Bukola know all the big sports people. What are you going to do? What are you going to put together to reach out to them? If each of them gives you just £20 a year, it's huge. So you need to also think creatively. There's money in Nigeria, there's money in corporate Nigeria, and there's definitely a lot of money in the diaspora. But you need to be transparent. You need to earn that trust. And when you do, you'll be surprised at how generous people can be. It's not that we're wicked. We're actually very, very generous people. It's just that we're skeptical. So we need to give that assurance, be very, very open and transparent. And I see you going further. I mean, the fact that you've been able to get the number of brands that I'm seeing here tells me that someone is doing some serious work. So I guess the challenge I want to give you as I begin to close is now you've done the corporate, you need to go downwards because that's where the sustainable money is. The sustainable money is 5K a month, 5,000 naira a month from 500 people. It's far more sustainable because in the corporate world, as you know, people change. So MTN may support you this year, and next year they may say our priorities differ. And it is difficult to replace that chunky money. But from my experience, because I never went that way, I live on the going to people, and I'm very shameless. Mr. Kiwumi will know. I mean, when it comes to charity, not being in a not-for-profit, it makes you shameless. So I call people up and they say, hey, Honorable Minister, how are you doing? I say, when last did you declutter? Please, can I have your... Even today, my driver is on his way to go and pick some things from somebody in Lekki. May get there, may be rubbish, but it may be gold. But the fact that I have to go is very humbling. It's really, really humbling. So if you have any pride, trust me, being in a not-for-profit will just cure you very quickly. But if you do it consistently, you'll be able to raise good money. So I'm going to close with an offer to you. So DashMe is a platform. We don't do what we call the last mile. We don't run the actual orphanage or project. So projects apply to us. So I'm going to challenge you, Ladies in Sport International, to do a donation drive. Get the things to us in DashMe. We will sell them on your behalf, and we will send you the money to for whatever cause you would like to support. Now, your network is big. Mr. Shei alone, calling all those footballers and getting them to give you one shirt, one pair of shoes, we could raise millions. And I'm very happy to be able to do that with you. We'll work out the details on how we will do it. We have, as I say, 4 stores. We will open Abeokuta by the end of the month. So all they need to do is to drop off their donation and say it's for Ladies in Sport International, and we will acknowledge it, and the money will come to you, and we'll just sell them over a 3-month period. So that's my contribution to what you do. And let me say thank you so much for this invitation, and I'd love to go away now and have some sleep. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. So there's something about a Nigerian woman that has British upbringing. They will tell you straight. They'll tell you straight how it is. But before then, let's have a picture. If you're not too busy, ma'am, and sirs, please could you come up before she goes to sleep? Let's have your table have a picture. This is a good time to increase that music. Yeah, climb up. Let's use this beautiful black drop. Thank you again, Barrister. Thank you again, Madam Kemi. Yeah, up, please. There's something about Ogun State excellence. DG, I started going to your state a lot. I've been driving up and down that area. And the more I go, Madam Kemi, the more I'm discovering that it's like excellence now follow come from our state because they don't stop at one thing, they go to everything. They go to everything. So this is good. The women in the center is good. Let us be protected by our men. Amen? Thank you. By the way, if you're taking pictures, taking videos, I see you too. Maybe I see you, Mr. Jiboku. Where are you? Yes, that's the PA to the DG. And of course, I know that the president for one of our new but very active federation, I'm talking about the Wheelchair Basketball Federation, that they just went to beat people up and down. You're going to the Olympics, yes, the president is here. I'm talking about Shea Johnson. A round of applause, by the way. We do things here. We do things here. I believe President Shea, you are also an offshoot from the DG and the idea that sports can change lives. Sports can impact. We can enter different spaces and we can make things happen. So if you're from Ogun State here, raise your hand, I beg. I'm so angry right now. You people are too good right now. Like, you get, you too. Atrocity. Atrocity. Please, one buzzer for yourself, please. One buzzer. No, that's not powerful enough now. The land of Olumorok. One buzzer for yourself. Another buzzer again. Did you hear that our Falcons beat people in Ikene? Beat them like baby? That's in Ogun State. Another buzzer for yourself. Thank you very much. Ogun is serving us. And on these notes, I want to ask somebody, did you understand anything that was said? You're very welcome, by the way. You look amazing. I love your fashion. No, you don't know anything yet. You were smiling when she was talking and you wanted to collect sandwich. Let me go and meet somebody that likes money. Yes, I see a lady that likes money. Our gym entrepreneur. They said, at least I caught one thing from Madam Kemi. She said 5,000 naira from 500 people is a very sustainable business model to make sure that you scale up and regardless of how economy is, you still be fine. Please be upstanding. Is she right or right?
Absolutely. First of all, it's not gym, it's gymnastics. So I don't own a gym. I run a gymnastics club for children. Yes, thank you. So, but yes, I do agree, absolutely. So the consistency does matter from what she's saying.
Students, say Aibo. Thank you. You see that minister talk, businesswoman talk, Salamem shows, as the French would say, it's the same of same. Now, on this beautiful note, I'm going to break the tete-a-tete between the two Ogun State former commissioners, formerly finance, formerly sports. Can I say I don't like your state? You people are showing yourself. I feel, Edafe, I feel like I'm marginalized right here. Tega, Abraka woman. Is it data? More quickly, ma'am. Now, Maduku Street Shana and grew up. So please, to one of the men that has given us, I believe this, who asked this, I beg? No. I don't play with phone in public spaces again. Oh, it's Tega. It has to be Tega, please, because we all know what happened when they were doing burial the other day. Please, everybody be active. This is Lagos. If your hands are not too busy, please make welcome a man that has opened pathways for a lot of us, whether those in the industry of sports and otherwise. I'm talking about an industry giant, the Director General for Sports as it stands, Chief Bukola Olakwade, as you give us your keynote address. This is Ladies in Sports International Summit. We do not move on our own, we move with allies. You can see his team, Mr. Jivoku is there, doing the Lord's work. Already, you already know about Mr. Shea Johnson, a fantastic fellow who does well with, the basketball. No. Daddy.
Thank you. Please sit down, thank you. Let me recognize my lovely sister, who is always making us proud, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun. All my bonds on the table, Dr. Kukutando, Barrister Shea Akinwumi, my bon Yemidu, and my very good friend, Aisha, that has just been tasked with raising a lot of money for a brand new sport that is gaining traction globally and in Nigeria, American flag football. Let me also salute Okparanoze. We always recognize our heroes for what you've done for the country. All my friends from the media, Chasa Nazodo, Channels TV, and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start first by apologizing to all of you and Nigerians that we are not at the World Cup. But I also want to congratulate every one of us that South Africa lost yesterday. You know, I always say to my prodigies and to the people I work with, every day is a learning curve. And Mrs. Adeosun just tutored me and every one of us. Even in areas that I thought I was the champion in Ogun State, in Nigeria, raising money for sports. I thought that was my forte. But I've just been given a good lesson on how to increase the impact of the knowledge I already had before she spoke to us today. And so we'll do the 5,000, we'll do 100 naira, and we'll collaborate with Dashmi from the NSC. I've been asked to speak about the future of sport in Nigeria. And I wanted to start by saying the sport industry in the world today is put at 3 trillion. I do not know the right data for what it is valued at in Nigeria. But by 2050, it is projected that it will be an $8.8 trillion industry. As I said to the governor of Lagos State last week, only one state has a foot inside that economy as we speak today in this country, and that's Lagos State. Through the introduction of new sports, engagement of stakeholders and non-stakeholders, and the aggressive pursuit of lifestyle sports like E1, the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon, the table tennis competition, the roller skating competitions that you see every week in and out in Lagos. It brings traction, it brings money, it creates an avenue for global investors to look at Lagos and say they are going to be part of that 8.8 trillion in 50 years, let's invest there. So, without going too far, this is a very simple topic for me to sell. The first place to start with the future of Nigerian sport is the industrialization and the business ecosystem that must be created quickly within our sports. And what does that do when sport is not looked only from the point of view of podium placements or for winning laurels, and sport is perceived ab initio from day one as a business? It creates employment. It positions our country in terms of brand positioning. It drives away insecurity because you bring more people into that bracket. And so, what we have started doing in the NSC, the first thing we did was to introduce a desk called the business desk, so as to be able to regulate and run sports with a projection for the future in sports business. We put a smart aleck called Biola Odetola there, who immediately said to us that the first point of call has to be sports that engages young people, especially women. We have a bias for women, not because of anything, but because you bring all the laurels to us. And as an entrepreneur, I ran arguably the biggest sports business in Africa. You can say your own, I don't talk my own. Nilayo Sports was bringing close to 10 billion a year and paying a lot of tax to the federation. But the people who drove that business for me were women. Damilola Pedro, you all know her. She's become a genius in esports. Jumoke Adekoye, Chidima Okeke, and these people created a business platform and a business strategy that positioned Nilayo and kept Nilayo running our various sporting activities with the engagement of the people in mind. So when Abiola said there was need for us to create a business strategy that brings sports to the people, for the people, and create opportunities that will put money in the pockets of the indigents, I knew we were on the right path. Until I met Egmoyemi this morning and he said, the rich come into sport for the poor to have money in their pocket. Please clap for that statement. So what did Abiola suggest? He said, do not be fixated on football. Football organically will play itself and will energize and empower thousands of children. But what are the sports that we can go into to start to bring in the very educated, the mid-level educated, the indigent, and all-encompassing sports, or those sports that are all-encompassing? Then we started talking about paddle sports. How many of you know of paddle sports? Unfortunately, it is the elite that knows about it the most. It is the fastest growing lifestyle sport today in the world. Fastest growing. The entrepreneurs who have started building paddle stations all over the country are doing it for poor children. So Ali of Ali Bay owns the one in the Federal Palace Hotel. There's also Ryan, the one in Ikoyi. And I've visited every one of them after Abiola spoke to me, just to feel the pulse and to understand what sort of business can be created from that sport and how it is impacting our children. And like Egmoyemi said, it is so true that these billionaires have built these platforms. And a lot of, by the way, Deltans, a lot of Deltans moved out of Warri and Agbo, are embedded in Lagos today, championing paddle sports. And they're not just doing it for the sake of playing, they are making a lot of money. So I've been able to meet up with very poor children who today are becoming entrepreneurs in paddle sports. We moved from paddle sports, we said esports. 30 million Nigerians play esports. If you're playing Candy Crush in your phone, you are an esport player. But 3 million Nigerians, the demography will shock you. No, it won't, because you know. Are all Gen Zs and millennials. 3 million. Do you want to know how many of them are getting money from playing esports? Data collected, correct data, over 1 million in esports. And they are not captured under the tax bracket. They are captured as unemployed. So we decided to invest in esports. The first thing we needed to do was to make bundle and data cheaper for our children. What do I mean by this? The next level that we need to go is the development of our infrastructures, both in the cloud and in the physical. So what did we do? We approached NCC and we said, you need to license our telcos to create bundles specially made for gamers. Oh, and behold, Idris Olorunibe, my very good Aburo, met with his ESCO. As we speak today, we are in the building with MTN. I thought their execs would be around today for me to thank them. We have started the first 5G free bundle for e-gamers. Over 3 million young boys and girls. What does that mean in the sense of business? It simply means if you are building your esports joints, like the one in Itoko, in my local government, where I was gobsmacked to have seen young local Abeokuta boys and girls playing the FIFA game, playing all sorts of esports. I was shocked. And that's why I pushed for a demonstration at the last National Sports Festival to showcase what we had in Ogun State. But again, Delta came with all sorts of players and they carted the medals for Lagos. But the point is this. I am so proud of what we've done with NCC and MTN because I know confidently now that by the time we gather the data, oh, by the way, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, Mr. Adeosun will know this. For many years, I had argued on TV, everywhere, that we are a huge contributor to the GDP of Nigeria. But every Minister of Finance, every Vice President, have always said, no, sport was not a contributor. But because of the data we are gathering now, the numbers we got from the National Sports Festival in Abeokuta, from the Youth Games in Delta, and the numbers we've been able to put together for the federal government to see that the induced employment and the direct employment coming from sport is humongous. Q1 of this year, we were captured for the first time in the history of this country as a 2.1 contributor to the GDP of Nigeria. Q2 has to be bigger because now we have over 1 million e-sport gamers who are also businessmen and women who now have cheaper data bundle to run their businesses. So when I said that the investment in infrastructure is the future, is today and the future for Nigerian sports, I need you to listen to me. It is not only building football pitches all over the country. I am tired of hearing these football pitches. I'm sorry, Daffy, but building football pitches everywhere is enough. So what have we done? We have done to the next point that needs to be taken. We have expanded our collaboration between local institutions and international institutions towards infrastructural development, but also schooling our boys and girls to understand that sport is a business. Today, as we speak, we have 8 universities that have been captured under that collaboration. And we have put 8 sporting facilities in the contracts we gave out last week to those 8 universities, which simply means the athletic stadium we are building in Shagamu, owned by Ogun State, converted by the federal government, a 3 billion investment, will juxtapose itself to Babcock, where enough of the poaching of our sprinters will be put to rest. Our sprinters can now go to a top university in Babcock and cross over to train in Shagamu and sign contracts with businesses here to be their agents so that the $700,000 that is collected by foreign agents who take them to foreign schools stays in this country, in the pocket of the businessmen and women. We have also said those infrastructures cannot be limited to just the students within the school. The deal we've signed with those schools is that anybody that chooses to play sports that lives around that neighborhood must have access to those facilities so that we can enlarge the scope of talented young people who can play within the environment of education and understand that even if I fail doing sports, I can still be educated and use it for other things. That is what Malam Sheudiko and I have done with the NSC. And that is what the private sector must join us to do more for the future of sport in this country. We've also started a collaboration with foreign universities. As we speak today, we have more than 34 of our athletes. Clinton, the swimmer from Delta State, comes to mind, who are schooling in Hungary as we speak because of the collaboration we had with Hungary and the NSC. What's the aim? Again, the aim is to ensure that you are not a failure as a sportsman or woman. It is to prepare you for what I know as a sports entrepreneur, that we are just scratching the wall in terms of making money for sports. There is so much money in sports and nobody is breaking the wall or cracking the ceiling to get the money. And what we can do is streaming from now to tomorrow. If scientifically it does not look at streaming as a business and not just to entertain people who want to laugh at the jokes it presents, and it does not monetize it, it does not help the philosophy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is to put money in the pocket of all stakeholders in sports. Oparanozie is retired. I've seen her on TV doing analysis. She should be collaborating with Charles Anazodo because of her followership to increase his podcast so that his podcast can be monetized and make money for all of them involved in the podcast. Charles, I've checked your podcast. I've not seen the business strategy to it. There has to be a business strategy to your podcast because streaming is the other part of sports that in a futuristic way we must look at in Nigeria in order to create money for many, many more people to be involved in sports business. Right now, we are failing. What's his name? Tokes was in Mexico yesterday, joking and talking, and I sent him a message this morning. I said, this content you have created, what's the Naira and Kobo? I see Swore doing a thing in a very jocular manner. People are laughing. And I'm saying to myself, where is the money? The future of sport is in streaming, constructive one. The future of sport is in content creation, constructive one. The future of sport is not just on podium placement alone. Having said that, AI has also taught us that we can do a lot in improving how we create wealth through sports. I'm sorry I'm going to bore you because for me, business in sports has to be the number one and only future in sports for our country. It cannot be podium placements. I know you want to hear how we've been working on Olympic 2028, how we want to go to the World Cup in 2030. We want to do that. But who is talking about the fact that the World Cup today, by the time FIFA collates the data of those who watched the opening ceremony yesterday, they will take almost 100 million from Nigeria. How many Nigerians are making money from that? Whether we qualify for the World Cup or not. How many Nigerians? How many viewing centers? How many creative strategic approach towards analysis? Why was Charles Anazodo and Tunde not on air live yesterday? Why was Edafe not going from street to street? Get people to abuse Shehu Diko and myself and Guso. But, right. But more importantly is the fact that the World Cup may be happening in Mexico, Canada, and America. The money should be in our pocket right here in Nigeria. They are going to get all those money now and ferry them out of this country when, in reality, we could have, through AI, through tech, through digital involvement, be making money from this World Cup. So I need you to think about it and see how you can get yourself involved. I know sports business is lucrative. I know. Nilayo Sports Management is being run today by my wife. This year alone, they've brought in over 5 billion. And we're still in June. Somebody is planning E1. Last year, E1 made over 100 billion. That money left this country. Though the organization was in this country. Who attended the E1 event? My only criticism, and I told the governor, was I was searched by London British-speaking bouncers. Oyibo boys and girls. I was served by British waitress and waiters. And I approached the governor and I said, Your Excellency, this is an amazing idea. This is not what we want for our sport. We want the money for our sport to be earned and kept by Nigerians. But in truth, E1 was an opportunity for so many of us to get paid. If you do not ask the questions, your answer, you will never get the answer. But you must be bold enough to ask the questions. And that is what young people must start to do for the future of our sport to be stronger. As I start to round up, from creating a multi-billion-dollar industry to moving to an $8.8 trillion industry. We as individuals must think out of the box. We must get educated. One thing I didn't tell you is that the collaboration with the schools, we have pitched 5 courses that you must go and study to be educated. I'm a lawyer by profession. I won an election against the Meji Bankole. They gave it to him, and they made me commissioner. And I discovered the secret in sports as a commissioner. Because as a commissioner, I raised over 70% of the money used in Ogun State from the private sector. I built my network. And when I left in 2011, I went straight back to school, Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, to do my master's degree in sports management. Because I needed to understand the science behind making money in sports. And when I came back, I'd written my thesis on road running. Having visited Singapore, Dubai, London, and Boston marathons, I said, oh my God, Jesus died for me. I did not kill Jesus, so I won't run. But those who believe that they killed Jesus can run and make me money. And I approached Governor Ambode, and in 3 minutes of pitching, Governor Ambode changed the lives of my family members, myself, and the thousands of people that I've employed with 7 different races across the country, which has led to Nilayo running the biggest consultancy in sports today in this country. And I make bold to say the Olokpades are billionaires for it. You can be you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. This is how you end a speech, with "E dey work, e dey show, e dey work, e dey work, e dey work." So, this man, what's that your DJ name again? I do used to know you. DJ Mega, Abi. This guy gave us a very good time the last time. Oh. Tega brought us for Ladies in Sports Summit. Susie, remember? Did we have a after party or not? A after party? Did we or did we? Legend, were you there? Desire. Did we have a party or not? Oh my, oh, you see? We had a blast. Now, you see why body they sweet me? Because when a man like Chief Olokpade finishes with, Omo, I learned from there. I brought the business here. Let them run. Let me feed people. I and my family are billionaires for it. Is that not a correct brag to brag? Yes or yes? Let me tell you people, I hosted my first Access Bank Lagos City Marathon this year. It was a dream come true for me. I think this is the 14th edition we did this year. And I can tell you, I've covered it in other variety. I'd never been a host. But that thing opened my world. Mr. Shea Johnson, thank you, by the way. That was a man that also made it up. I just like, I want to walk here. And they found a space for me. I think when they did the ultra marathon that they opened in Ogun State, that one, see, it's true what he said. When they were drawing the map, the calculator, you will be pitying the ultra marathon people, because for them to plot the race, the road, they have to trek the road themselves. And you, that's journalist, you start carrying. Fatih, you used to carry that equipment now. Definitely, you are Yakubu. You will manage. You will be going, And his ultra marathon is very crazy. So it takes visionaries to see rough material and say, you know what, we can turn this to diamond, and not just a diamond for one. As you say, Madam Kemi, a sustainable. We're going to know the entire class. Sister, a sustainable what? Event. This one, not the line lecturer, make it a show. So again, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I see some fresh faces. I see some fantastic sport marketers. I see Fancified. You are still Fancified, Abby? Dami. I see Tonte from the South. Does that? No, that's, I miss you and your brother. No, so not be twins. we have identical twins here. So are you the one or the other one?
The other one.
These are very key men that always find a way to put the business end together. I always attend some of your sports economics summits, and thank you very much. Why I say this is that every table, they are individuals. I see Sisi Omorogbe of Channels, and of my friend, and of happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Sisi. I know it's belated. Now, we have a man who is going to come through. Madam Kemi alluded to the fact that this is the money man. Come, you are not giving me the response. When this is the money man, what do you say? Yes. You say money. Don't you know they used to do it for Floyd Mayweather TMT? This is the money. This is the money. I say, show me the money. We'll get Jerry Maguire. Yes. So if your hands are not too busy, yes, now show me the money. That's the man that will show us the money. Daddy, not a shaker, do. I come here because of you. In fact, I do anointing oil for my shoes. Anywhere when you waka pass, I go waka. So that your steps, I can be like it. Amen? So, like I said, we are streaming, and we are still streaming on the Ladies in Sports. Excuse us, sir. We are streaming. So if you mount like this, they'll come and look us like we don't know what we are doing. So we're streaming from the LIS. Please come to this side. So, because it's, thank you. We're all together. So Ladies in Sports platform. On Facebook, we're live from there, and then we stream from there to every other part of the world. Like I said, there are people from the Middle Belt. I see some of your Abuja people, SWA, active. Those of you that are in the chat, let me talk to you, W's in the chat. Let us know where you are watching us from. Let's be part of the community. Some of us have grown and expanded and traveled abroad, so some of us cannot come. Not be all of us get private jet like Madam Kemi. Amen. We'll get there. Thank you. So if your hands are not too busy, please make welcome a man that they put as entrepreneur or entrepreneur Nigeria. Mona the clap on the money man. No, the clap is very tepid. This is his first time to grace our platform, Ladies in Sports. So if your hands are not too busy, please make welcome. And they try to find your name where make her not mispronounce them, sir. No vex. Sir? No, I won't call him dad. It's your guy. You can call him dad. Sir?
Indeed.
You want to set me up? They say you are a patient. No, don't set me up, sir. No, I know that. Oh, I know. Wilfred Ndidi now. Okay. Oh, actually, that's his daddy. That's Wilfred Ndidi's daddy. Daddy, you are his daddy. But your name is Idowu now. Wow, let me read this thing well so that they will know that I'm a serious person. If your hands are not too busy, please make welcome Chief Yemi Idowu, Entrepreneur Nigeria. As he breaks down, you know what to do. Come on, Mr. Stanley. One buzzer for Chief Idowu. Now this guy shout past where daddy. Show love. When you want show love, you know you go show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please play some music while daddy gathers.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. First of all, I need to say that I prepared something, and after listening to Chief Olakpade on this, I'm not going to read my speech again. So, first of all, let me just take care of the introductions and welcome again our former Finance Minister, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun. Thank you very much for coming. Dr. Tando, thank you very much. Mr. Akinwumi, thank you very much for being here. Chief, I greeted you earlier. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Schweib, thank you very much for being here. Also, Desiree, thank you very much for coming here. And everybody else, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So like I said earlier, I'm not going to read my speech again. And you might be wondering why. So I'm going to start, first of all, with an apology. So and I'm going to say this publicly. I want to apologize to Chief Olakpade. Please give me a round of applause, because what I heard this morning completely changed my mind and put my mind at rest. I was someone that was very worried after Nigeria did not qualify for the World Cup. And there are two things that happen in life. You can take a disappointment and it brings you down. Or you can take a disappointment and it takes you up. And the approach we're going to take in Nigeria is going to determine what's going to happen for the next generations. And I'm happy. I'm happy here. I'm your new marketer. And I think that they need to publicize a lot more about what they're planning. That the failure of Nigeria not qualifying for this World Cup and a failure that they inherited, they've decided to do something about it quietly, but I think they should do more. They should publicize what's happening because you need everybody on board. So coming to events like this is part of the job. You know, you come to let people know. So, okay, let me stick to the heading. Why? Otherwise, I won't give me lunch. So I need to make sure. They said, investing in sports, Africa's next billion-dollar opportunity. I don't think sports is the next billion-dollar opportunity. I don't think so. I think it's already, as Chief Olapare has explained, that it's already a billion-dollar opportunity. And why are we talking about sports? Why? Okay? I'll tell you why. And please, I'm not being politically incorrect here. There is a feeling in Nigeria especially that you get jobs because of man, no man. You want to work in this bank, you want to work here, and such like that. But in sports is merit. Whether physical, non-physical, esports is merit. So if you like no president, no everybody, if you can't run, nothing for you. So the poor people find one of the outlets that poor people or underprivileged people take advantage of is sports. And that's why sports is important. The other point I made earlier was that what we expect is that people who invest in sports are not the poor people, it's the rich people. You must have something to give. It doesn't have to be money. It can also be your time. It can be your skills. And what I find is that people who go into sports with the intention of making money, they fail. But if you go into sports with the intention of giving back, investing your time, investing your money, investing with your skills, or learning, going to learn, because there's so many avenues in sports. You can participate in sports, you can manage sports, you can report sports, you can manage sports, you can do so many things. The minute we can open up the space, then you're going to create a sports industry. Because otherwise, you're going to be a restaurant with lots of waiters, but there's no food. You know, you need all the entire sports ecosystem in place. And what is the sports ecosystem we're talking about? The first thing people always talk about is infrastructure. Okay, we get infrastructure out of the way. But there's something that we are lacking in Nigeria, but it's there. Chief has already mentioned it about, streaming and social media. But the thing we're lacking is knowledge. The amount of times I listen to people talk, even reporters, you can see the knowledge just is not there. So I would say to you, it's just a fact. I would say to you, go and educate yourself on sports. Not just what you see online, but, actually investigate, go to school, research, find out about sports. I'll digress again and just give you a little background. I mean, obviously, some of you might know my background, but there's some things that people don't know. I come from a, should I say, distinguished sporting family. I played for English schools at a young age as a teenager. My family were involved in sports. My father was a sports administrator as well as a businessman. But I had a sibling, a very famous sibling, which for most English people would know, who was an Olympic medalist, European junior champion, obviously British champion, Commonwealth silver medalist. But she's a medical doctor today and a lecturer, right? And because once you have an African parent or you have a Nigerian parent, as you're going to do your sports, they hold you along and make sure, you perform your duties academically and at home. The same thing happened to me. I was already this size when I was like 14 years old. I did rugby, I did athletics, obviously, and I played in the English school sports system. So I saw what it was like. One thing that was very clear about sports was that throughout the time I was involved in sports, I didn't interact with any government official. It was a case of my uncle, my parents taking me to sports and bringing me back. It was the investment of the parents, the time, money, the school, the council, obviously, and everybody. It was not government. But when you look at it here in Nigeria, they push government in front. But obviously, because like I said, here, indigent people, poor people, don't have that money, the funding, time, obviously you have to go to work. They didn't have what it took to, promote their kids. So government has to step in Nigeria. So we cannot follow the same model like they do overseas here. We have to rethink the entire ecosystem. So when I heard this morning what the plans were, and they said, look, we're going to go all over the place, to the universities, to the local areas, we're going to provide infrastructure, I was so happy. Because people that are involved in sports should come in and invest in sports so that there's opportunity for people at the lower level. So they said, the heading, investing in sports, Africa's next billion-dollar opportunity. Let's talk about Nigeria's opportunity. What is the opportunity for Nigeria? Nigeria has the opportunity to progress at every single level of sports. Participating, managing, hosting. We have a diaspora. We also have a population. Why is our music doing well? Why is our entertainment doing well? Because of our population. It's a fact. You see some artists, they want to collaborate with Nigerian artists simply because of population, because we have the followership. How do we translate that followership to sports? How do we make sure, we're not at the World Cup today. I wish we could have our own alternative World Cup. It would have been great. If we invited all the people that did not qualify for World Cup, we can even start it next time. Yeah? All the countries that didn't qualify for World Cup, if you have a population more than 100 million, we will start our own World Cup, alternative World Cup. So just before World Cup, we play friendlies. And we just go to a place and we'll, make all the noise and everything. We'll get the viewership now. We should have done it. So we have the opportunity to participate in every single aspect. So before I leave you here today, what I have done, the reason why I'm able to say what I'm saying is that we've actually done a case study. And this case study is something that's been going on for, Ambode left in 2019, right? So since about 2016, thereabouts. And of course, you see the same person always surfaces every time with Barrister Akinwumi and Dr. Kweku Tando. I think you are head of, chairman of Sports Commission, and you were FA president, right? And I eventually became vice president of NFF. So there's a place in Ajegunle which was called Maracana. It's still called Maracana. And over time, it was a playground. And over time, it turned into a rubbish dump. And I wish I could have photographs here to show to you. And there was no real place that kids in that area could play. So luckily, we got the support of Lagos State government and the local government. And we got private sector, which was myself and my foundation, Nathaniel Idowu Foundation. And we cleared the garbage from there. We sandfilled the place, and we put 19 football fields in the place, which was 10 mini football fields, 8 medium pitches, and 1 international-size football field. It was a massive investment in billions, which at that time my entire family was wondering why I was going to do it. But today, the rest is history. We got the FA, through Barrister Akinwumi and also Dotun Koka and Lagos State Sports Commission and all the people. They brought the kids, they brought the support, they brought the technical support. And at any point in time, when we do events in that place, we have 3,000 kids coming for the events. But what do? We don't just do the events. We assist them with transportation, we assist them with food, and we also assist them with transportation to go back. And what happens is that you get everybody coming. So the case study was such that typically, if you were going to run a league, they'll say we're going to run a league for 12 weeks, and they will come in and going and coming and going. But then we now discovered with children, you don't do that. You can actually do the event in 2 days, because the children are ready to play 4 times in a day. And the next day they'll play 4 times, and they're not tired. And in fact, I discussed this about what happened in Loring, but I saw it also happen in Maracana. So in the morning, very early in the morning, we had accreditation. I'm just trying to explain the case study here for you to understand that the way children think is not the way we think. So we spent a lot of time with the groups, the numbering and this and whatever. And the kids were arriving very early in the morning from different places. And I saw all of them outside, because the way Maracana is like we have turnstiles and you want to come in. And I was looking at them, and they were just, really, you could see they were poor and indigent. And the coaches, who obviously were not financially okay as well, you could see the coaches were taking their personal money, and they were buying pure water, buying things to them, and they were all finding their corners, staying like that. And I said, look, why don't we open the door a bit earlier? Let them come in. And I said, okay, yeah, go ahead. So we had food all set up, like tables with Milo, Nestle, Milo, and snacks and everything. And the thinking was that the children should come in, then they can take the snacks. So we opened the doors. I need to say this for you to understand. Do you know what the children did when they came in? Because it's the first time they see Maracana. They ran into Maracana. They ran past the food, the drinks, and they went on to the AstroTurf pitches. And they started rolling on the AstroTurf pitches as if they were in the sitting room. And they were talking to each other, meeting each other, making friends. And then the volunteers were now coming and begging them, please come and take the food. Huh? Oh, okay, this is Maracana. This is under construction. It wasn't finished. We have some other pictures of when it was finished. But they were rolling on the pitches, and then they now took the food. We said, eat the food. They left the tables, and they were eating on the pitches. So we now said, okay, we've organized the games. Let's do the games. The kids, again, they didn't follow the program. They organized their own games between themselves. The coaches became the referees. They started playing within themselves. They changed the program. You will play first, and I will play next, and this and that. And they were bringing their own results to us and everything. And it became very clear that actually what you need to do is just create the enabling environment. They will do everything themselves. So once government can intervene, provide the facility, provide the support, these coaches know what they're doing. They know their players. They know everything. And so ever since that time now, so when we're organizing any event, we invite the coaches, we send them information up front. They say, let this one play first, let's do this, let's do that. And it's been great. Final comment. I always use this as is again another case study. And why investment, how the investment should go. If you're familiar with Uber, right? The question is, how did Uber, what strategy did Uber take? Was it first to go and look for drivers, cars first? Or was it to look for passengers, customers first? Because you will not get drivers if you don't have customers. You will not get customers if you don't have drivers. Nobody is going to download Uber if no driver is going to come. Some people will say they went to get drivers. Some people said they went passengers. But actually what Uber did was they said, no, none of the above. Let us find out the problem these people have. Let's ask. And if you solve that problem, then you have a business. People don't want to walk on the side of the road under the rain looking for a taxi because you don't know when the taxi is going to come. People don't want to, taxi drivers don't want to drive around, consuming petrol. They need to know where the thing is. So the minute they solve the problem, Uber became a business. And that really ultimately is what you should be doing in any business. If you want to run a sporting business, you have to go and ask the people, what do they want? Just like Mrs. Adioshun said, you go to the orphanage and say, look, I want to help you. What do you want? In this situation, I think we need to do a nationwide survey in Nigeria. It doesn't have to be anything complex. We can do it online, with Google Docs, Likert survey, proper, 5, 1, 3, 5, 7 type of thing. And ask all the different federations to participate. Ask the young people to participate. And then we'll see, where should we place this sporting center? What sport should we concentrate in Rivers State? Is it swimming? Is it table tennis? What should we concentrate in Kano? What should we do in Kebbi? And stuff like that. And then we get engagement. And then it becomes competitive. You say, if you want me to bring this thing to you, show me the money. Tell me what you're going to do for me. Then local government chairmen will be under pressure. State governors will be under pressure. Philanthropists will be under pressure. Businessmen will be under pressure that, look, these guys are going to bring this. What are you going to put in? And then that way, we'll be able to put in place a lot of sporting infrastructure to help people. Like I said, I canceled my initial speech. So I'm just doing this based on what the discussion I had earlier. But I'm I'm much more confident now. I really, really am much more confident. And, when people are going to talk to me, especially the diaspora people, I think Nigeria, we have a good future for the sports. Yeah? The failure, the disappointments has turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Let us use this disappointment. Let's turn it to an advantage. Let it be something that will be a catalyst to take us to the next level. Because with our population as we have here today, in Yoruba they say, even if we cannot be in that World Cup, let them know that Nigeria exists, right? Already we have our boys in England participating there, in all the different places participating. But let them know that we exist. When they're talking table tennis, let there be Nigeria there. When they're doing athletics, let there be Nigeria there. This is the opportunity we have. Let's put in place infrastructure to make this happen. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Idowu. And on that note, sir, I won't tell you to go and sit, because we are about to enter the next phase. And I feel like I was blessed. I feel like this was a minister ministering. No offense to the only former minister we have in our midst for now. But this felt like ministration. Amen? Amen. When he said that Nigeria sports money days, I know where you say, I said, yes, sir. I catch it, Rema. So this is that time. Mr. DJ, you do something for me because we're about to enter a space. And you see, another thing my psychologist, I'm not the Chris. Another thing my psychologist said is that sometimes you have to hear it to put yourself in that mood. So please, there's a jam that someone said, I'm a king, I'm the best my generation has ever seen. You know the one that they talk of, Abi? Champion from Fireboy. Said that tone because we're about to enter another level of conversation. And a lady that I really, really admire, a great Apois, in Morocco for Rabat and Casablanca, we call that, now they see me say how they sing when we're watching the Super Falcons, when we're trying to cheer them on at the last WAFCO. But this girl, she's a journalist like myself. I say girl, but I'm a complete woman. She would be on the corner. She was filing stories. She would be giving me, those of you that went to university, una no care guides, Abi. No, Mama Kemi, you didn't do care guides. In Barnum Hall, Abi, those kind of preppy schools, they don't do care guide there, do they? Do they do care guides? They don't go together. I go hold your hand. Ooh, see her. Look that girl where. And now last week they come from and they look you. Or job picking. You get luck say you know show color. You wear neutral. I for suspect you. So one thing that this young lady did that a lot of people were not aware of was that when our hopes was just going and we're trying to cheer ourselves up, this woman, she'll be remixing some songs. She'll be remixing songs. And because they say na me get big voice, but I'll come and raise it. So she will drop the track. You know the way DJ will be like, DJ play track one. Boah. Then DJ will come play him. But not be DJ won't play him before. Now the person will say play track one, right? So this young lady will be like, what's that song again? Now our Falcons be this, so we not get another one. Oh! When we sing that song, even if we were the smallest, on the final day, do you know we were only like less than 200 people in that stadium? It was 62,000 red people. The power of Nigeria. They didn't give us tickets. Journalists had to go and be trekking around to find where to enter. This girl dropped his camera. And then we all started singing together. In fact, it reached one place, they give us 2-0. Legend, you know, you were running commentaries. Hey, 2-0. Uncle Charles, everywhere quiet, it was a sea. It was only these lone voices that were just dropping jams. Hey, that was the first time we heard that we then finally sang chorus, because Nigeria, when things are very tough, we start singing praise and worship. Since we were doing Saleh with a freestyle, Casablanca, Casa. As soon as we started singing, now so wonder Jesus they do. Oh my, you see Nigerians, we were crying, but we were singing this song. And then the first goal came. Bah! All the other Nigerians that didn't want to sing before, guess what? If I tell my breath, it's not my name. And then she lost her voice. A lot of us lost our voices. But you know what? The Nigerian voice rang strong because we beat them. And we will beat them again. Amen? Amen? So if your hands are not too busy. Yes, sir. When we're 3-2.
They go one by one.
Oh, man, no lie. I'm missing that one, no, because I sing that one. One by one, they go, because you can't watch football in the viewing center and you see them doing their face. They squeeze it like pomoda that they fry 2 times. And you will not put it in their body. You will put it where? So as they were doing, one by one. The power of Nigeria is powerful, oh. Amazing. Clap for us, I beg. Nigerians, there's something about us. One of us is more than the rest of them. An excellent Nigerian is always better. And that's why, please make welcome Onyinye Obaro, an anchor and a presenter with one of the leading news houses in this side of the divide, News Central, as she takes us into a session of panel conversations. Make una clap! Make una clap! The chorus leader, the composer, and our chief panelist today. I'll be a moderator, right?
Thank you so much. Tour will make people spend money and you will go home empty bag. Thank you so much. I am Onyinye Obaro, a sports anchor with News Central TV, and it's a honor today for me to moderate this panel. In a room where there are a lot of lights, there are different lights, some pronounced, some shining brighter, some in colors. But the truth about it is, these lights cannot shine individually. They will not shine bright. They need all to shine at once. You want to test it? Just raise your head up and see different lights, different sizes. And that's why this is very important, because we are in a room where we've got football administrators, we've got sports stakeholders, we've got veterans, we've got broadcasters, we've got people who run media houses, we've got the National Sport Commission Director General, we've got a former first vice president of the Nigerian Football Federation, we've got women who are turning things, shattering the ceiling glass, we've got a former minister, but they cannot shine so bright without every one of you seated in here. They are here to share in their wealth of knowledge, and that's why this panel is very important. So let's go straight to business. The panel has the potential to move beyond the surface level that we talk about every day. We're about to hear from them, the horse's mouth, as they say. Because when Saul flogged the horse had to speak. So from the horse's mouth at this time. So these are conversations around women in sport and to examine structures that would determine who gets what. Do you really qualify to get them? Structures that determine opportunities, fundings, and also visibility. And that's why we'll be merging 2 panels together. So I've been told to merge these panels together. We've got that one of looking at the panel 1, which is at this time, power play, who really controls sport industry. Here we're talking about governance, influence, and decision-making in sport. I will be merging this panel with that of media, where the topic is media, money, and moment, the business of broadcasting. Here we'll be talking about media rights, storytelling, and audience growth. So it's time for me to invite my speakers, those who will be sharing in their wealth of knowledge. And please, do well, please, to concentrate and give your 100% attention to conversations that will be shared here. Because I have a lot of speakers, I'm merging two panels, so I'll have my speakers occupy the seats behind me. Of course, I would love to have this moved if I will be assisted, please. Can I get assistance, please? Move to this spot. The men in the house, thank you. Yeah, don't worry, not full. Thank you. Yes, it's okay here. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we'll have the speakers occupy the seats, and the questions will come in from here. So let me begin with introducing my speakers. I will start up with how I want them to sit. So my first speaker, please occupy the seat here, the next, and the next. Thank you so much. So I'll be calling them by how they will take their seats. Let me begin with the man who just dropped the mic. And he did drop the mic with a bomb. He's a grassroots sport philanthropist. He's a patron of the Nigerian School Sports Federation. He's a sports business leader. He's an investor and a sport ecosystem builder. One who turned a dump site into somewhere young boys, young girls can dream. Somewhere that can put smile in the faces of young children who are ready to do something beautiful in sport. He saw that place, that it was an eyesore, and he was able to say, I can turn this into beauty, just like God turns ashes to beauty. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome Chief Yemi Ido. Please, a round of applause until he takes his seat. A round of applause, please, until he takes his seat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for acknowledging this invitation. All right, our next speaker, we have, I'm going to do man, woman, man, woman. Yes, I think that will work with the seating arrangement. The next speaker I'm about to introduce is known for her commitment to advocacy and justice, social justice. She's a promoter of traditional sports. I think where we're not putting our attention so much on is traditional sport. All our dambe, the ayo, the wrestling we do with the loins. She's a promoter of traditional sport, the president of SWA, Sports, Women's Sport Advocates, and an administrator. I know her for someone who grows talent. I know her for someone who sees it and can identify it and is ready to groom it. Please, let's give a round of applause for Ms. Aisha Shuaibu, please. A round of applause for her, please, as she takes her beautiful step to the stage. Thank you, keep clapping. Thank you so much until she sits. Thank you. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for acknowledging. Now it's time to introduce a barrister who is the former chairman of the Lagos State Football Association. If I'm going to be asked, the barrister also touched my life because I remember when I was moved from news to read sport and I thought my word had ended. And I thought I could not get any A guests, as they call them. But the first time I went into a competition and I saw him and I said, all right, sir, I would like to come have an interview with you. And he says, yes. I would acknowledge, I would oblige you. And I was invited to his office, and I had that interview with him. That was my first big shot. So I give it to him and say, he's one person that I'm sure he doesn't even know that he's my first big shot, but he's the former first vice president of the Nigerian Football Federation. He's into charity. Oh, yes. As you heard earlier, he's celebrating her birthday. He's raising funds for something. He was elected into this post, the Nigerian Football Federation. He won that in 2014, and then in 2018 again, we saw him get re-elected. He's a football administration expert, actively running a charity organization, providing scholarships for young children who are ready to dream. Without further ado, please, let's make welcome Barrister Seyi Akinwumi with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Please keep clapping until he takes his seat, please. Let's keep clapping until he takes his seat. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for acknowledging. Now it's time to go to the media. We have a guest, a speaker, who will join us online, but will be notified when it's time to make that introduction. But of course, she will be part of this panel, so we're going to be balancing things right now. Oh, I understand she's online right now. Great. We are bringing in a speaker who is joining us via Zoom. The former COO of the Confederation of African Football. Now, let me tell you, she's the first woman and the first person to hold a C-suite executive role in the history of the Confederation of African Football. So you want to tell me women are not breaking the ceiling glass? They are. They are shattering it. They are turning it into powder. And this one, she's one of them. She holds the title of the most powerful woman in African football. I think that's where I'm gunning for too. So, yes, we are clocking it, isn't it? Yes, of course, we are the most powerful woman in African football. She is also a lawyer, a founder of African Sport Investor, sport finance, and investment specialist. Please, as she joins us via Zoom, let's give a round of applause for Ms. Abiola Ijasome, please. A round of applause for her. She joins us via Zoom, and she will join this conversation. Thank you so much. Ms. Abiola, you're welcome. Thank you for acknowledging. Now let's go to the media angle of this conversation, because they are the fourth estate of the realm. We complete every single conversation. We complete every single conversation. So, like I said, we're merging this panel, two panels, and I have joining in this panel, he is one man, because I married a Delta man, and I had to learn how to digbe. So we hear Migo at all times and Ose. So I have to say that. Swo, do you agree with me? Okay. All right, so he's the CEO of Elegbeta TV. Now, this man did something mind-blowing. When I heard the number of journalists he was able to take to the Women's African Cup of Nations, I said, wow, that's small but mighty. That is one man doing something beautiful, giving people their first major tournament to cover, and he's doing that on his own expense. Please, he's a veteran journalist. He played football too. I don't know what happened. He will tell us what happened, why he's not JJ right now. So let's make welcome Mr. Edafe Matthews, please. Elegbeta TV CEO. A round of applause, please, to balance this until he takes his seat, please. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. You will also be clapped for. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone seated right now, and Mr. Biola Ijasome, who is joining us via Zoom. Of course, we would have an all clear to bring her into this conversation so we can see her. So, as I did mention earlier, the panel has the potential to move beyond surface level, the surface level conversations we have on an everyday conversations around sports, around women's sport. It has the power to examine structures that determine who gets what, who gets the opportunities, who gets the funding, who gets the visibility, and also who gets the influence. All right, that's what this panel will be talking about today. But let me begin with ladies first, as they say. So I'll be starting up with Ms. Aisha Shoaibu. I have questions here for you. And this question is around, because yours is around power play. Who gets what in sport? And that's why we'll start by asking you that women who are participating in sport at unprecedented levels, even when it's not conducive, even when it's a harsh environment, even when things are not going that well. Yet, leadership positions, they remain largely occupied by men because they say sport is synonymous with men. That's the conversation around sport. Ms. Aisha, what is the biggest barriers preventing women from moving from participation to decision making?
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be here. I think when it comes to female leadership as a whole, one of the biggest barriers would most definitely have to be those that are already in the positions of leadership, not necessarily creating the opportunity for women to rise. But when it comes to sports specifically, we can look at it from two different angles. Globally, women are generally underrepresented at the administrative executive levels of sports. Here in Africa, it's even worse because this is an industry that is, I would say, emerging, and it's fast evolving, and we're still learning it, and we're still trying to understand it, and we're still trying to tailor it to our own individual countries and how we all operate. So we don't have enough women, first of all, that are taking up spaces in those rooms where they can climb and they can get positions of leadership at the executive level. The men play a huge role in making that happen, of course. But what I tell most women in every room is that you need to make sure that when you enter those rooms that you're entering with capacity, because value is everything. Nobody is going to give you any opportunities if you don't have anything to actually bring to the table. So before we demand positions of leadership, before we demand executive positions, before we demand administrative positions, you have to first of all understand the industry and understand what values that you bring to the table. The task that we have at hand here in Africa and here in Nigeria is actually understanding what the dynamics are. Because despite what the numbers look like and how prosperous sports is for Nigeria and for Africa, we have to understand that we can't copy and paste from the Western world. Things look completely different for this market. So the study has to be different, and it has to be tailored to the local market. The understanding of what the needs are and what the demand is, both from the officials to the players to every level, is different. And also what they face with the big leagues, you know, whether it's in football or basketball or whatever sport it is, the needs are different across the board. So the first thing is understanding, taking a deeper dive, doing research, coming up with data that for those that are on the come up behind you are able to use and leverage in order to get to the top. And when we do this, we will see more access, we will see more interested people, and we'll also see more capable people. So I don't believe in handing something else just because you're a woman and we need to fill a diversity gap. I believe that value is the first thing that we need to look at, but even more than that, you have to understand the market, you have to understand the industry and what the needs are and how you plan to fill that gap.
You want to clap, you have to give a round of applause. Thank you so much. We would have a breakdown for those answers given, but let's talk to one who has been in the administrative level for a long time and has wealth of experience, Barrister Shea. Having operated at the highest level in football, Nigerian Football Federation, the administrative level, do you think that African sport governance structures, they encourage transparency and inclusion? Because Aisha just made some words around women and barriers.
Well, I think that, you know, in sports, the scoreboard tells you the score, but the boardroom tells you the power play. And in sports, we've always had, historically, the men in the boardroom. First of all, let me tell you, I run a law firm, and I have 20 lawyers in my law firm, and 14 of them are women.
Great.
And the law firm is 33 years old, and it was born out of experience. We find that people underestimate, well, first of all, the loyalty and the focus of women when they decide to take on a project. And this is not just being patronizing at all. It is real. You know, in sports, the perception is it's a man's game. Even games where women play, people generally see it as a man's game. They don't understand, for example, that the ceiling for the Falcons in world football is easier for us to reach than the Super Eagles. They see it as, oh, many more people watch male football than female football. And that is what has, in a lot of ways, hampered the progress of sports. And I must say, the women also tend to see sports as we need to be heard. They need to be included. Instead of we're able to do what we know how to do. So you find that when there's tokenism in administration of football, I'm guilty of it as well, I must confess, because even though we're the first FA in Nigeria to include in our constitution that there must be a space for a woman on the board, looking back now, I could easily have said there must be a space for one man on the board. But because of history, where we're coming from, it's a bit difficult to exclude the men. And Teka doesn't understand that that's one of the reasons why I decided I will support ladies in sport. Not because I believe they should get a token position. They should be judged on merits, on their ability. And that's the same reason why we have 14 women in my office. It's their ability that keeps them there, not their feminism. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Barrister Shea. So I've been told we have a blank seat, so I can have the seat, isn't it? I'm free to. So I'm going to take that seat right now. Permit me? Yes. So you're not clapping for me. All right. Thank you for doing that. Thank you so much. So let's continue the conversation. All right. Please, there will be time for you to ask questions, but we'll do this as brief as possible so we can allow for questions. But if you have questions, please, you signify and you let the hosts know. So mics will be distributed so we have you ask your questions. Thank you so much. Now, let me go to media, what concerns me right now. We have been talking about inclusion for women, who dictates words, who gets the opportunity. How can we call for visibility? How can we call for accountability? Now it's time to talk about the broadcasting angle of it. And Edafe, I'm coming to you right now. 10 years from now, I really want to know what will have been the biggest influence on sport broadcasting? Having been able to evaluate that.
10 years from now, I think the biggest influence on sports broadcasting will be the internet. And let me explain this in a better form. In 2014, I was at the World Cup in Brazil as a commentator. And when I came back, while in Brazil, I went to the IBC. For those who don't know, it's the International Broadcast Center. It was in Rio. I went there and I saw things that I've not seen before. Things that I was... Now, in 2014, I'd done Al Jazeera, I'd done ITV, worked with Brilla. I'm supposed to know. But in that IBC, I was what Swa will call a mugu. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say it. I was like a real mugu. I was seeing things that was different. And then I saw the advent of the digital media coming. I saw the Latino ladies, doing sports, short form content. It was something that was alien to us in Nigeria at the time. When I came back, one of our programs meeting, I remember mentioning it to everybody that a wave is coming, but this wave is not the normal wave that you surf on. It's like a hurricane and a tsunami mixed together. At that time, my 30-minute show on radio per quarter was 12.7 million naira per quarter. And I said, if this wave come, we will go on our knees begging these people to give us 1 million, if they even want to give us. People laughed at me. They said, oh, you're trying to be relevant. You're trying to push your own button. That's the word they used in my office. I said, okay, no problem. And I did push that button. That's the button that gave birth to Elevated TV. But you see, the biggest influence now is, back then when we were growing up, we wait till 9 p.m. or 5 p.m. for TV to start. And then we were told what was happening in the country. We're told tomorrow, Saturday, is sanitation. Don't go out from morning till 10. Today, as we're here, somebody is already snapping picture and telling a story, building their own narrative. They don't need NBC training. They don't need any special training. For as long as they have data, they can tell. As a matter of fact, somebody can go out now and tell a story that the former minister was here, she's no longer rich, she's broke, she's not selling okrika. It's a story. And then the minister will not have to send people to correct the story. That's traction. You see how powerful the internet is now. Is it true? No. But was the minister here? Yes. Is the minister selling something? Yes. The thing she's selling, is it not Gbogbo that she's selling? It's Gbogbo. You see? So you can't even sue, like Peter Obi is suing Conquer. You would have to be on the internet explaining yourself. And in the words of Burna Boy, you explain tire. So it's different. It's different. When Amos Adamu built the stadium in Abuja, $230 million, Charles, if I'm correct. It was the most expensive in the world that time. We all swallowed it hook, sinker, and liner. Today, let Olokpade build a stadium and tell us that's the money. He will explain how he spent the money. Is it not the coastal road they were asking the minister to explain 1 kilometer? Back in the day, it wasn't like that. So the biggest impact on the media is the internet. The internet empowers the presenters, the analysts, the commentators. I went to go and interview Guso, and I felt I did a good job. My comment section shredded me. If I was not a worry boy, I couldn't stop this work. Say, you're irresponsible. You've collected money from them. You did ask the right questions. Now, me, they do the job. I mean, you they do the job. But that's how powerful the internet is. Now I'm looking to interview Guso next time, and I'll say, guys, I want to interview Guso next week. Send me your questions. Let me go and ask him. And we all do that now. What do you want? I want to interview Olokpade, please. Is there anything you have that I should tell him? It wasn't like that. So the internet, even now, not even in the next 10 years, now is the most powerful influence on I tell my daughter something, she's 12, and she'll tell me, Daddy, wait, let me check it on the internet. Now, me born you. Now, internet won't tell you the truth. I told so they saw a picture of me from my Golden Eaglet invitation. And my daughter said, did you play for Nigeria? I said, no, but I was in the camp. She said she wants to go and check it online. I said, you will not see this picture online. No. That's how much the internet have power over us.
Indeed. I remember that lines dropped by the former Minister of Finance. She did say, when you want to help any charity organization, ask them what they need. That's the same you're applying right now, asking your fans what questions they would love the NFF president to answer. So it plays both ways. I understand that we have also Ms. Abiola Ijasomi online right now, and she's ready for us. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us at this time, a decade after we are celebrating 11 years. Ladies in sport, you're welcome. I did introduce you as one of the most powerful women in African football, former CEO of the Confederation of African Football. You're welcome to the conversation. So I have one question for you, and it says, I need her to acknowledge, please. Oh, great. You're welcome, Ma. All right, let's go with the question we have been talking about. The power play who gets what opportunity, who gets the visibility and influence when it comes to sport. And the question here is about sponsorship. And sponsorship is often presented as a partnership, but sponsors can only pick what they prioritize. That's what they can only pick. So, Mr. Biola, how much influence should sponsors have in determining the direction of sports organizations and events?
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me okay.
Great, we can. Go ahead, please.
Fantastic. Hi, everybody. Okay, well, I often think that the word sponsors, when we refer to them anyway, is a little bit misleading and a bit of a disservice. When a company, a multinational, a brand writes a check for a sports organization, and let me make this clear, I work on the elite side of sports, so obviously grassroots has a different story to tell. But when a sponsor writes a brand, they're essentially investing in the outcome of that event. So I think if you're looking at it from a sports organization's perspective, and I sit on the board of a newly promoted WSL team, which is fantastic for them, but we now have to look at those conversations in a very different way with our partners because they're investors. So I think when you ask the question, reframe the question differently, you have to look at it from that perspective and put yourself in their shoes. So the question no longer becomes, how much influence and control should they have? But I would ask the question, why would the sports organization retain control when somebody is writing you a sizable check? And I hear people talk about sponsors and partners and they have a lot of control. And I think one of the ways that we should probably consider this is influence isn't the power, so to speak. They can gain influence, not because they're large organizations, but because they don't necessarily trust in the structures that we're giving them as sports organizations. And really that comes to the professionalization of sport. Nobody is going to write a check and then their governance is not in place and they're not going to get the return on their investment. So I think it's a really important power play to think about it when you're looking at working with sponsors. Look at them as investors rather than and stakeholders rather than just sponsors alone. So I think for most organizations, when I look, obviously I've worked across the continent in many organizations. I've worked here in Europe, and I kind of hop between the two. And I think during my time, in particular with CAF, I remember very early on, we were going through the sponsorship cycle renewal, and I was working with one of their very, very large sponsors who to this day are still with them. And one of the things that really stood out for me was their approach. I'd worked with them before in a previous capacity, but they actually said, look, we know that there have been challenges within football governance, etc., all along the board. We actually don't just want to partner you from a financial perspective, we actually want to come with governance. And for me, that was absolutely music to my ears, essentially because no organization works with a partner unless the governance structures are in place. And it's not emotion, it's a fact nowadays. And I always said to the people that I work with, and even now, sports organizations, whether I'm working for, I do a lot of work with women's clubs and governance. Once the structures are in place, money and capital will flow. So therefore, governance for me is really key. So I don't want to look at it in terms of control of sponsors. I think it's absolutely a partnership. And if I'm writing a check from somebody, I want to ensure that my outcome is delivered. And for me to do that, I've got to be able to trust in you.
A round of applause, please, for her. That is where I'm going to latch on as I bring in Chief Ido, because it's a different ball game when you're one man running in the wilderness, alone with a particular vision. There'll be a lot of bottlenecks, but this man has been able to stand strong. The picture we saw earlier, there were a lot of battles. That picture did not just become so beautiful in a day. There were a lot of battles he must have been faced with before he was able to achieve that and then put smile on the faces of those young children. So I will latch on what Abiola Ijasami just said, governance, structures. And that's why I'll throw this question at this time. Many people believe, Chief Ido, that athletes and fans, they're the heart of sport. They are people we should consider just like a manufacturer would consider the consumer, the customers, who are always right, as they say. Yet, though they consider fans and athletes as top priority, major decisions are often driven by administrators. They are the final say. They decide, they dictate the tune of how things should go. Administrators, investors, and those who have got commercial interests also dictate the tune. So from your experience, from all that you have done, who really holds that power, the most power in sports today? And is that balance healthy? Your evaluation, the ratio of this power, is it healthy with all that you have done for sports in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me just make something clear. I didn't do it alone. There are many people involved in the process. That's why I acknowledge the support of Barrister Akinwumi, Dr. Kweku Tando, Dotun Koka, the chairman of Ajeromi, Ayola, Fatai Ayola, and of course the head of Ajeromi Sports Council as well, and many other people. So the administrators, I think the word administrator is very general. Just like we say consultant, it's also general, but it has to be specific. You can be the administrator of an event, you can be the administrator of a federation, you can be administrator of a specific sport. But I think we need to go back to the drawing board and work your way up, you know, because you have a sport, then you have the participants in the sport, and for the sport people to participate, they need certain support structures around. So someone can administer the facility, someone can administer the events and things like that. In Nigeria, because of that gap I mentioned where the parents are not there to act as, you know, intermediaries, there's need for some kind of administrative support to step in to make things happen. So like Aisha mentioned, we cannot copy-paste the model from abroad. We have to almost make our way in Nigeria here. So I'll answer your question in the sense that the administrator is whoever is required to step in to fill in that gap. Whatever it is, whether it is a parent, it is the government, it is whoever it is, you know, whoever it is, whoever fills that gap, you know, can assume that title. So I hope that answers your question.
So is the ratio healthy? You did not answer that one. The power.
It's a function of what the gap is. Yeah? The government participation is heavy, but not impactful. So you find a lot of, some people say the address is more than the letter, you know. So you find a lot of people all around the ecosystem, but they're not involved on ground. So, and there's also a lot of bias in the system in the sense that what government is doing in the background, you know, covering up, we don't know. So it was, I mean, look at my level here. I was really, really pleasantly surprised. And I'm going to say it again. I think there's need for the government to publicize what they're doing behind the scenes, because there's a lot they're doing that we don't know. So, and that is something which in other climes, they don't need to do it. So typically, if you invite somebody in England to go to Japan, that person does not go to visa office. He doesn't need letter from government to get visa. He doesn't need this, he doesn't need that. In Nigeria, for you to be able to go to Oshodi, you need a letter. You know, you need visas, you need all that. You can't do that without government. Invitation letters, all that, you can't do it. So for us, the balance of government is a function of the environment we find ourselves in it. So if government doesn't give you a passport, you can't do anything. So you need government. If government doesn't give you the letter to get a visa, you can't get it. If you don't get allocation, dollar allocation, you can't get it. You don't do letter of credit, you can't get it. So all those things in terms of administrator, no matter how fantastic you are, if you cannot get a visa, you're zero. So I would answer that question in the sense that for as long as you need that regulatory support, you need government. So the balance will only be when you are in a position where you've got all those things in place, then you can turn around and say you don't need government. Yeah.
Indeed. A round of applause, please. For government to be able to, invest in sport and then make sport a viable ecosystem, they also need funding. And that's the reason why we are going back to Abiola Ijasome at this time for this question. So I understand that she has to wrap up this conversation with me and then head into something else. But Abiola, still with me. Thank you. Let's talk about funding. We've been talking about government investing in sport, having to be key players in this conversation. But funding is also important. Money. We talk money all the time around sport. We talk money when a player has to leave a particular club and then move to another. We talk money when they say that women's sport at this time is gaining traction a bit, but not as much as the men's sport is. You see it from the way the Women's African Cup of Nations did go, and also the African Cup of Nations for the men did go. That's why I'm asking this question. Funding in sport is frequently, it flows towards already established teams, already established leagues, already established personalities. But how can the Nigerian sports system, from your wealth of knowledge, how can we ensure that investment reaches some underserved groups, including women, this is very important, youth athletes, and emerging sports, because we hear about lesser sports. There are bigger sports, there are lesser sports. How can we let this funding flow through these categories that I just mentioned?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think everybody has their challenges when it comes to this. But essentially, there are two elements to this. You have the elite and the professional side, and I think, then obviously you have the development and the grassroots, etc. Government are really well placed to focus on grassroots and development, and to ensure that structures are created from the top and that they're mandated down and that they have their strategy in place as to how they are going to grow. I think what's really important, and we've just, the same has just happened here in the UK when it comes to the Women's Professional Football League, say just a couple of years ago, is that the government then has to create a climate where investment can come in. So it's not that they're doing the heavy lifting for developing the sports all the way through, but you have to create an environment where people are looking at certain sports and saying, you know what, I can actually see where this can take us, whether that's from a brand perspective, return on investment, because let's not be coy about it, sports is a business. And it doesn't develop anymore by itself. So therefore, there has to be intention and there has to be a strategy behind that. So I think in terms of what can be done for those underserved areas, you have to make them look attractive by the government creating those strategies, allowing funding, should we say, in order to start the trickle of interest in investment. I speak to investors globally every single day around what their plans are for the continent of Africa. Sounds a bit broad, I know, but I work not just in Nigeria, I work in Uganda, I work in several other countries as well that we're looking at professionalizing the women's game. Predominantly, I work in football at the moment. It's not that the interest is not there, the interest absolutely is there. It's that they're concerned, okay, what does that look like for me pulling my money out? Now that's something where the government have to step in. We have to look at those policies. What does that look like? Because unless the landscape, as say, is attractive for investors, unfortunately it's going to be really difficult and challenging for sports to develop. So I absolutely feel that the future is bright, and the opportunity is now, for sure. I think if we leave it any longer to start to develop, especially, as say, my area of specialty is the women's game, we are going to be so much further behind. But absolutely, you've got to make those opportunities, look attractive. An investment has to behave like an investment, and therefore I think the government's job is to actually put those strands in so that the rest of the private equity, etc., can take over and start to see the flourish, of women's sport general, but obviously women's is my bias.
Thank you so much. That's one woman who understands the game and knows that she's fighting a just cause. She's Abiola Ijasomi, the founder of African Sport Investor, Sport Finance and Investment Specialist. As I did introduce her before, she's the first woman and the first person to hold a C-suite executive role in the history of the Confederation of African Football. So she's the former COO of the Confederation of African Football and the most powerful woman in African football. She has to go at this time, but of course, she's not leaving you empty-handed. We still have good hands here, wealth of knowledge to share. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Abiola Ijasomi, who joined us via Zoom. Thank you so much. All right. Back to the conversation. She's just mentioned that she's got a big dream for women's football. And we know how we've been clamoring for visibility for women, sponsorship for women, even women's sport. Now, I worked on a story around women's sports, and I was able to gather a lot of comments that have been made by women, especially when the Women's African Cup of Nations was postponed. That really hurt us because we felt like we did not matter. And sometimes I feel like the former Minister of Finance did say, if you want to help a charity organization, go ask them what they need. Administrators asking athletes what they need. That is where this question will come from. And I'm posing this question to the former Vice President of the Nigerian Football Federation, Barrister Seyi Akinwumi. Barrister, athletes are primary stakeholders. They are important, as I say. They are consumers. They are the last man in the process when it comes to sport development. Yet, they rarely get represented at the table where decisions are made. Barrister, do you think athletes' representation should be mandatory within sports governing bodies? And what can make that effective in federations?
I don't think it should be mandatory. I don't think being a good athlete makes you a good administrator. I think being intentional about being an administrator is enhanced by your knowledge of the field. But sometimes we have children and the child wants ice cream for breakfast, wants ice cream for lunch, and cake for dinner. But it's a child. And you as the parent, because Yemi said, the administration needs to step into that vacuum. Nature abhors the vacuum. You also need to know their needs, but also what's best for them. Now, a lot of athletes in Nigeria, I find, tell you, I've been there before, I don't play. What do you know? First of all, they don't realize that, just like Yemi, we've also played. But beyond that, we've studied. I remember as the FA chairman, I had that thrown at me a lot by coaches. You don't know ball, So I decided, you know what? I'll go on a coaching course. So I went to England, I went to Fulham, and went on a coaching course. And I didn't announce it, but as soon as they came back at me, I had the knowledge. So the fact that you have played, or you've run, or you've been in some sport or the other, doesn't automatically make you the best administrator. What makes you a good administrator is the vision. If you can see the end, at least where you want to go, and doggedly be able to pursue it. Some pursue it with noise, some pursue it quietly, some pursue it with influence, some pursue it with money. whatever it is that you are empowered to pursue it with, as long as you do not take your eye off the ball and use whatever you have, including being an ex-athlete, then you're likely to achieve. One thing that this session will tell a lot of us is that there's more to succeeding at administration than just the sport. If there's no money, if you cannot see a pathway to investment in the sport, you can be the best administrator in the world and fail. And you know, there's something in Nigeria that has grown in other spheres, which I don't believe we have taken up as much as we should. And it's an avenue for investment. And I think I heard, I'm not sure what I did or not, but private equity. Private equity has grown various spheres of endeavor in Nigeria in the past few years. How much private equity do we have in the sports sphere? Not a lot. Why? The private equity players are very, very focused on return. Have we created a product that brings that return? I dare say that's not yet. Stuff like this, and not because Bukola is here today, the kind of sports commission that we're seeing today that sees the economics of things is what can help us create that product that investment can be put into. And I think that really is where the athletes need to understand that if they want to become top administrators, they need to understand the economics of things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me have Ms. Schreiber reacting from that response there. And with this question, when policies on athlete welfare, competition structures, or funding are being designed, women are often, underrepresented. Yes, they are underrepresented at the table. So what specific policy reforms would create a more equitable sport ecosystem for women to thrive?
I think that question will better be directed to one of the most powerful men in sports in Nigeria, the DG, sitting right there, because he's an avid administrator and has over 40 sports federations working under him, so he knows much more than me. But if I can just slightly digress from the question and speak more to what Barista said. In regards to the power players, right? I think that we really need to focus on the work of both the public sector and the private sector, right? The work that government do, and government hate to be blamed and finger pointed and told, everything is you, why isn't this and why isn't that, and why are the athletes suffering and blah, blah, and all of this, right? But I think a greater influence that we don't even look at is the private sector that are actually investing heavily on all levels, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's sponsorship, whatever the case may be, they have a huge part to play. And functions like this are actually very important because it brings both parties together for dialogue. So we need to have more cross-sector dialogue that speak to these issues and also create platforms for these athletes to voice out their concerns, because we hear from administrators, we hear from investors, but then we don't hear from the main people that sport is being built around in the first place, right? Our federation had a board meeting just a couple of days ago, and the players were the last people to speak that day, and they had to, after the meeting, they blocked us outside and they were like, we have some things to say. And they're the reason why we're there, right? So it's very important to create opportunities for dialogue, hear them out, have very strong representation within these structures that can speak for them and advocate for them. But most importantly, I think to speak to the work that he does, leverage the power of influence online. Leverage the power of powerful bloggers like him and influencers that go on. Right now, that's where we get all of our information. Sometimes, that's what even gets government to work, because athletes go online and just start dragging, right? They just start posting pictures, videos of things that are going wrong. and immediately everybody springs into action. So I think that these are all factors that can influence what actually affects the players and their situation and their circumstances, and they need to realize that the power belongs to them. But it should not be demanded, it should be communicated through open dialogue and in a way that both parties understand where the other person is coming from.
All right, we have Edafe wants to react to this question that we just asked.
There is a side to this that I've always looked at. I mean, I've traveled the road of being a football player. I once owned a club, Globestar Football Club. I was a co-owner. And when my mates were doing community liaison, I snuck into the company. I said, no, I have a club that will train in AC College, but this company, your contribution to the community is to fund it. I eventually sold it to a man called Colonel A.U. Suleiman. You know, he knows what I'm talking about. Now, there's this thing that communication does to the relationship between administrators and athletes. I think in our case, my big brother will beat me after this, our administrators, they are too arrogant. Yeah, but it's a Nigerian thing. We are all very arrogant people. That's why we're loud. That's why we're boastful. No, we're Nigerians. Hold on, I was a player before I became an administrator. When I was working in Brilla, when I was working in radio, I used to think that the owner was very stingy. I used to think that, why are we not covering every tournament? Why are we not sending everybody? Now I own my own. Every day, there's a young lady sitting at the back. One of the most brilliant person I've ever worked with. Every day, she's telling me where we need to go. Go to Brazil, go to here, go to this one. And I'm saying, where's the money going to come from? How am I going to get the money to buy flight tickets? I'm not Yemi, though. We won a bronze medal in 2016 at the Olympics in Rio because this man gave over $500,000 of his personal money and he said we shouldn't talk about it to Samson Siasia.
Oh, you're talking about it?
No, but now we should talk about it because we don't praise them. We don't praise these guys who come and build the federations, build the country and everybody, right? And I'm sitting, sometimes my BP will go up for that. So I think if the administrators call the athletes, the players, and say, listen, this is why we're moving from Adidas to AFA. This is the cost implication on the government. This is the money we're getting. What you're thinking is what the American Federation is getting. But the American market is $5 trillion. The Nigerian market is $500,000. We'll not be mates. I like to drive a Ferrari. Yesterday, I was pricing a Falcon online, $600 million. I like to own the Falcons. That's my fantasy. My reality is that. But if I don't communicate that, I have 3 daughters, 3 of the most expensive children you can ever have. Wow. They wake up every day. My son is going to be 7 next month, right? And he already wants a Bugatti as a birthday gift. It is up to me to communicate to him that yes, you can have a Bugatti, but you work for it. Nobody give children Bugatti as birthday gift when their father is not, $10, right? So that communication is what is missing. Explanation of, look, this is what we get from this brand, this is what we get from this brand, this is what we get from this, and this is how government funds us. So the sum total of what we have is XYZ. This is what we're owing. As I speak here, many Nigerian journalists do not know how much it costs. Nigerian sports journalists do not know how much it costs to prosecute one Super Eagles game. 350 million is the average number, the minimum, 350 million. Guess what? What it costs to run a Super Eagles game is also the same thing it costs to run a Falcons game because flights need to change because now women, they enter. Hotel will not give you discount because you're putting women. But what we look at is government. Olokpade has approved 1 billion to the NFF. And so where is that 1 billion going? Hotel will take 400 million. ValueJet will take 300 million. How much is remaining now? 300 million. Full, some extras. Then there's no money. When the people now come and tell you that we're owing you, think they're stealing your money. So I think that there should be more communication. More communication every time. Keep repeating it. So that you will not have mutiny, you will not have rebellion, You will not have people leaking stories to their friends in the media. They will not create a story. When somebody will not know the facts come out, they'll say, oh, they don't pay that guy. He don't collect money from us, a federation. He don't collect money from Olokpade. Olokpade, my brother, he don't collect money. No. This communication should be there. They don't need rocket science to know it. Once that is open, everybody know. Like, one of the secrets somebody taught me in marriage is that if your wife know how much you they earn, you go fit save. But if she don't know, you go pay through your nose. Because if she knows you're earning 150,000 every month, she will not ask you for 1 million. Right? So it's the same thing with the athletes. When I was playing football, that's the way we think. We used to think that Aduke Amesimaka was eating all our money. Because it was our chairman. Until one day we had a meeting with the governor and we asked. And the governor said, we've not even approved the money from 6 months ago. We were humbled. Do you understand? So that communication must be there. If not, there's going to be a problem.
Indeed, let's give a round of applause. I'm going to ask the last question to Chief Yemi Idowu, and after which would send the mic in so we can have 3 questions, please. So you signify to the lady on my left hand, please. 3 questions, please. Chief Yemi, we've been talking about money here. I just heard right now that you sponsored. Wow. So that's where this question comes in. How do we manage investors so they do not become gatekeepers? Because we've heard about how, like Chief Swore said, that's Ndidi's daddy.
Yeah.
We know in politics it's all about Godfatherism because you sponsored. But how can we have that checks and balance that we do not have investors being gatekeepers?
Okay, I think Edafe has actually answered the question in a way. Sports industry is, or sports business is business first in the sports industry. So whether you are male or female, the ticket price is the same. Whether you're in the sports industry or not the sports industry, all your expenses are the same. So your costs and your income are going to follow the same rules. So investment, at the end of the day, must have 2 objectives. The first one is to be able to deliver value, and the second one is to make a return. So, however, sports is something that if you go in there with the intention that you want to go and make money, sorry, it's all over. All the Abramovich and all the, what do you call it, Manchester City, Newcastle, they never intended really to make money. They went in there with a plan, a long-term plan. And at the end of the day, the tangible and intangible benefits are a function of how you perceive it. If I have a value on my intangible, and your value of intangible is different, then it's difficult for us to match our returns. So there's some people that say, I want to be there, I want to be part of it. And they invest money because they like their country, or they like their Arsenal, or they like, these things. Sports is like that. The minute you are able to tell the investor that you're investing this thing out of love, the return you're going to get is not profit and loss return. It is the joy and benefit of winning and achieving something. Then we've cracked it. And that is one thing that for Nigeria, everybody must be educated. That you're putting this thing in there, not because you will make a return, but because other people are going to benefit from the investment you've made. And overall, everybody is better off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Remember, it's beyond the game, profits, purpose, and of course, power. And we just had the conversation around power and media, the cost of broadcasting. So please, if you have questions, 3 questions, remember, 3. Please, if you have whoever you're channeling your question to, you tell us your name and tell us who your question is channeled towards, and let's know so we have that answer. Thank you. Go ahead, please, you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name, do I need to stand up? Okay, I'll stand up. My name is Yonya Pose, and I run a gymnastics club for children, currently just for children. I'm not an athlete. I've never been a gymnast. I'm just a passionate mother. I started this business because my daughter was interested in gymnastics, and there was literally nowhere to take her to. And since we've started, we've gained a lot of traction. My question now is, how do you move a sport like gymnastics beyond growing or emerging? It's been existing for years, but it's never grown up to any level, literally. It's a really expensive sport. It has to be indoors. The equipment, it's extremely expensive. Federation, currently not existent. It's disappointing because we do have the talent here. So I'm glad I'm here. I stumbled upon this event on Instagram, and I thought this would be a good place to come to. I had no idea who was going to be here, but I'm glad I came. So congrats to the organizers, and well done to you as well.
Thank you so much.
So being here, I don't know who's going to answer my question, but
Yeah,
how do you move a sport?
I know the best person. I know the best person, and I'm
There's
going to
so
come
much
to him.
talent that exists. It breaks my heart that we don't move beyond
Forgive
where
me,
we are.
sir. The Director General of the National Sport Commission. Of course, he would get to answer that question. Do I get the honors of giving you the mic, sir? Thank you.
We can discuss this later. However, you do not have a federation yet because of the impasse in the elections. Having said that, it is one of the most vibrant federations that we've ever had in this country. And the talent that are bound in gymnastics is ridiculous. From, what's her name, the young superstar, Stephanie. She's on the flight right now to England to compete. To the young boy from Abuja. And you go around the country, you see fantastic talent. But if you want to look for facilities to train in, it's very simple. Lagos has a lot of facilities. Edo will show you some very sophisticated facilities. But maybe when I finish, but they are hosting the next intermediate games. And because of that, they are spending more money to equip to the highest level. I know what I'm telling you. But Ogun State just recently upgraded, and you can go on and on. But this is what I said earlier on. For a sport like gymnastics to thrive, you need a collaboration between the government and the private sector to invest and put facilities everywhere. It is what the paddle sport is doing. It is what basketball is doing through Amusho and Falawiyo. And it is what we need to do together without ignoring the fact that obviously government must play a role as, the owners of literally all these federations. But thank you very much for what you are doing. We are ready to collaborate with you. Let's talk later. I'll see how we can help you.
Sorry, I just want to add something to that because gymnastics is one of the sports that I'm very interested in because I've seen the talent. When I was chairman of the Lagos State Sports Commission, we set up the Gymnastics Federation. And we had some, I think Coach Abe and some other people, we had some talents, this young girl, Abose, the small girl then, and all that. But I think it was, I can't remember whether it was Yemi or so that was talking about certain sports that need parental support. And fortunately or unfortunately, gymnastics is one of those sports that needs parental support, parental investment. Because like you rightly said, it's expensive. I think the only dedicated gymnastics hall that we have in Nigeria, fully dedicated, is in Edo State. We built that when we were getting ready for the National Sports Festival in 2022. It's the only purpose-built gymnastics hall in the country. All other halls, they bring in the equipment, they take it out and all that, and that doesn't serve gymnastics because there's some equipment that need to be built in, fully built in and all that. So it's difficult for gymnastics, but I will encourage you to continue to support your daughter, and at the end of the day, the DG says they will sort out something very soon. Also, the DG may have forgotten to mention, there are 3 halls now, private sector government support that have come up in the National Stadium in Abuja. Maybe it's a discussion that you can have with the DG. One of those halls can actually be used for gymnastics because there's so much talent with gymnastics, and then there's a lot of diaspora interest as well. So if you put that together, maybe DG can say one of those halls can be used for gymnastics. There are 3 new halls that have come up in the National Stadium, private sector, National Sports Commission partnership. And those halls are multi-purpose, they are fantastic, I've gone to see them, and they can serve one of the purposes for gymnastics.
Please give a round of applause. So that's why we are here to talk about this conversation. I would have the DG reacting to one of the conversations there on the panel. He wants to react to it, so please.
If you don't mind. Edafe, the thing is, and I've been in administration for almost 25 years, either in the private sector or in the public sector. I was commissioner for sport for 8 years in Ogun State. The truth is, it's not as if administrators are arrogant. They are petrified of the ego of superstar athletes. And this is why, rather than communicate and engage with these superstar athletes, they hide behind the cover of government. What is happening now, and I've just shown some of your colleagues evidence of my communication with superstar athletes, including Toby Amushon, Koinsola, Ndidi. We communicate like daily. It is because I am not scared of them. And I see them as my brothers and sisters, and in some cases, my children. So you're right on having that quid pro quo relationship between administrators and athletes. But please, make no mistake, it's not as if administrators are arrogant. It is the opposite. They are timid, they are shy, and they are petrified.
Reverse psychology, all right. Thank you so much. Reverse psychology at this time. So I understand there are more interest. So I'll allow for 3 questions. Please direct your questions to the panelists. And you have to tell us who on the panel you are directing your questions to. So go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Victor Princeway. I'm with Omanes Skin Food Limited. We are a skin food brand that provides education and awareness for sports, people with stakeholders in sports and how to take care of their skin because of the exposure to sun and all that. Now, I have 2 questions, please. The first one is to Barrister Sheyi. I know there's been talks. Many of us have, many speakers have spoken about this need for collaboration between the private sector and the government. But most times when we talk about private sectors, the attention goes to big brands, MTN, Glo, Coca-Cola, the big ones. But there's been little or no effort to reach out to the grassroots level of the private sector. I'm talking about the SMEs. A practical example is the just concluded Access Bank marathon race. Now, imagine if small businesses have to register some of their staff, employees, to partake in them. Like, you have more people come out. It will create more awareness. Yes, there is the financial part where businesses can invest, but I think there's other parts where businesses can partake in sports that can, create more awareness and all. That's my question to you.
Let's get the question.
Yeah,
yes,
is there any plans for that in place? If not, what are the process to put this initiative or plans in place? That's my question for you, sir.
Okay.
Can I just tell him so I can see? Okay, for you, you mentioned something.
Let him react to that, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Let him react to that.
All right, I think that indeed you have, maybe you should, if you listen to what Kemi said when she was here and was talking about, the big brands and all of that, and that, if you get 500 or 5,000 naira from 5. When I was at the FA, when we first came in, the first place we went to was MTN. And we've been talking to them about some big projects they wanted to do as football association in Lagos. And I went the first time and sort of presented to them, and they were very happy with what we wanted to do and how we would reach the nook and cranny of Lagos. The second time I got there, I met the commissioner for sport in Lagos State in the office I was going to present to. And he was telling the person, don't worry, you give us the money, there are people, they are under us. So immediately I saw that there was competition from the people that should be supporting us. Ordinarily, what I realized that when I went to tell him that I wanted to go to MTN and he should back me up, is what gave him the inspiration to go to MTN. So we decided, and for all the time that we were at the FA in Lagos, we never got any money from MTN, from Nigerian breweries, from all the big players. We actually went for SMEs. And that's how we ran Lagos football for years. But what we did was every time they gave us money, we went back to tell them, that's about transparency, exactly what we used the money for. So we started to get sponsorship for our FA Cup, for example. We didn't wait for NFF. That's why Lagos State used to start its FA Cup much earlier than the rest of Nigeria, because everybody else had to wait for the NFF. And they said, oh, Lagos is rich. No, it's because those small people, comparative small businesses, saw what the value is. And that's what I said about having a focus. You must be focused on what you want. And that's how we did it. So it's not true that we only talk about MTN or these big people. It's just focusing on what you want to get out of it. And they're individuals also. And it doesn't have to be money. We had a program, for example, Southwest Football, under 13, under 15. It was Yemi that gave us his facility. That's more than money. So don't be fooled by the internet. Some of these things you don't see in the internet, but they happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barrister.
I just want to make a shameless plug. Shameless plug. So my company, SWA Sports, actually established a conference platform in 2024 called the Sports as a Business Conference. And the goal was to actually bring together SMEs, entrepreneurs in Nigeria in sports, in the same room with policy makers. And DG, the only reason why you weren't there is because it was a few months before the NSC was established or re-established, but chairman was there representing NFF. So that conference is going to come back, God willing, in collaboration with the NSC, DG, if you have us. So please just follow, to everyone in the room, follow swa.sports on Instagram. All the information will be there. It's a great opportunity to meet the people that on a normal day you won't meet, both in the corporate space and in governance, so that you can sell your markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have one other reaction to that. Oh, we have the DG calling our attention.
I'm sorry, panelists. I think to answer your question, is you begging to be carried along and for your brand to thrive on various platforms. That is good news to sports entrepreneurs. No money is too small. You spoke about a property that I created, the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. You were wrong. The expo that we do for 10 days is strictly for SMEs. And that is for all the races under Nilayo. We have what we call the community support in Nilayo, where even up to 2 million is accepted, and you come and showcase your goods. The Nilayo guys are around, talk to them. I'm not selling for them, talk to them. But let me just tell you what we did with the NS, and I think my Egbon would like to hear this. When we got there, the first thing we said was that where is the first port of call for the private sector? And we realized that I didn't even know this in all my years in sport, that the Ministry of Sport was doing so much in capital projects, 35 billion a year. And I said, hell no. If I knew this was there, then the first port of call would be all the contractors. And so, since Shea Udiko and I took over. Every athlete grant, you talk about transparency, and we've told you this many times. Every athlete grant that we've supported, both the young athletes and the elite athletes with, has come from contractors. And we've not said it is too small. You are the first protocol, you must pay. And guess what? Even at Eliyo, we collect 5 million. At NSC, we collect 5 million, we collect 20 million. As long as you want your property to be exposed and your brand to be exposed, we'll take your money, of course. And that's the support you need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. I hope that answers, and you've gotten the platform that you can make inquiries. So let's have one question. Please, panelists, I don't know who the question is for, but please let's listen to her. Tell us your name, please.
Firstly, I want to appreciate and acknowledge everybody here that has given me so much knowledgeable insight. Now, I'm a student of Lagos State University. When I first resumed, they gave us some payment to make. And they were like, everybody is mandated to pay 2K fee of sports fees. And I was like, sports fee? Am I interested in that? But that payment made a lot of people want to go into the sports because as students, if it's free, they wouldn't want to involve themselves. But as far as they paid, they want to go into it. So I paid the 2K and I was like, okay, I'll go into basketball. Now, balancing as a beginner and as a student, my question is, what structure now currently decides who gets the visibility, the sponsorship, and media attention in sports?
Who would you like to direct that question to?
I would like to direct it to Ms. Aisha.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Please just take the question again quickly.
Okay, I'm asking that what structure currently decides who gets the visibility, the sponsorship, and the media attention in sports? As a beginner in sport and as somebody who's trying to balance education.
Who decides? Yeah. You decide. You decide. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner or not. Attending this event, you've put one leg forward. Just make sure nobody leaves the room without collecting the information. And that's a step in the right direction. See, let me tell you something, right? When I created my company, I didn't come from any sports business background. I didn't come knowing anything. All I knew was I loved basketball. I played in secondary school. I have 4 stitches in my head because of it. That's all. Okay? So all I have to say to you is don't think that anybody has it figured out. The business of sports, and sports is a business, is still being figured out. The big leagues are losing money in Africa because they still can't figure this continent out. And that's because every country has different governance structures and different priority areas. The priority area of Nigeria is sports for social economic prosperity, okay? The priority of the National Sports Commission is sports for socio-economic prosperity. They are going to make sure that sports takes off and Nigeria becomes #1 in the world. So there's no better time for you to actually be an entrepreneur than now. So please don't wait for anybody. You don't need anybody's permission. You can even make more money than me. You can get more access to sponsors than me. So I'm not at an advantage over you. You just have to make sure that you're doing the research, you're meeting the right people, and you're strategizing. Don't just create something out of nothing. Do your research. And trust me, you'll get somewhere.
All right, we have Edafe wanting to react to that too, and we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I want to add something to that. You live in the social media era. When I played football, I need somebody to take me to go join one team or that. But today, Martin Odegaard was playing in Norway. His friends were videoing him. They put it up. It was the most wanted 14-year-old boy back in the day. Some years later, he has led Arsenal to win the Champions League. There are, the Premier League. Sorry, guys. But wait. I'm coming. Let's not forget the point. When you go to your basketball game, you have a smartphone with you, right? That phone is not just for browsing other people's work. Snap yourself in the game. Tell your friends to snap you, right? Post it. Today, I did 50 shuttle runs. Tomorrow, I did 20 hoops. Keep posting it. Create your own hashtag. It's not going to happen now. When Elevator TV started, I didn't know where to start from. I went to him, I said, I want to produce the Lagos State FA Cup for free. And he said, how are you going to manage it? I can't ask him to give me money because I have like 7 subscribers. Who am I? I was not a brand. But not true now. Nobody know me. So I told him, don't worry. I would from Aja go to Agege, Teslim, anywhere. It was 116 games. I covered all of them, got all the goals. I put it. Even my colleagues, you know, I had risen very high in Brilla, like the best football analyst, right? They were looking at me like, this boy not get sense. So. Now that boy will not get sense, carry 8 people, go AFCON. You understand? Spend 87 million. You must do something. The Americans will say, do you have a skin in the game? If you not do your own, nobody will see you and say, I like this thing you're doing. Oh. Can you come do this for me? Lawyers League now come me to do short clip for them. Different people just come me, we have a budget of 5 million. Oh. Can you help us just put some crazy content out for us? I say, oh, they pay like this. That's the way it works. So if you don't do your own part, no sponsor, no media, nobody, because this media, people spend money to put them there. So nobody will come for you. Start putting yourself out to the point where you become irresistible. People now say, I like the way this girl is going. There's a possibility that in 5 years' time, she will represent Nigeria. She'll be playing for one college. Let's attach ourselves to her. Milo will come, and other brands will come. It's as simple as that.
Let's give a round of applause, and that's where we drop the mic. But remember, beyond the game, you have the power. It's in your hands. You can make profit, and you will begin to work with poppers. Let's give a round of applause to all the panelists. We'll take a quick picture, and then we'll continue with the program, please. Ladies and gentlemen. To you, Susie, to take us away. This panel will be for less than 40 minutes. You have your question, answer segments, and we should be out of here before 3 o'clock, latest 3:10. Is that fine with us? Is that fine with us? Okay, take it away. Thank you.
All right, put your hands together for yourselves. You're not clapping for yourself. So, you know, like Chief Swa have told us, she said that you have to be proud of yourself. If you are not celebrating yourself, nobody will celebrate you. So celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. I'm not going back now to celebrate yourself. Oh. Okay, celebrate yourself. It's good to see brilliant minds, excellent minds in the room this morning. We've been here since morning. Okay, it's afternoon. And after this conference, if you are not making money, hey, you're on a long thing. No, you are wrong. Not to be making money after this conference. No, you are wrong. Me, I go make money. I don't even find the money like this. Everything I'm seeing around like this is money. I'm seeing money everywhere. All right, so in this panel, we'll be talking about content creation, making money, and all of that. So content now is everything. These days, content is everything. And I always like to say, nowadays, content is now water. You can sit in your house and just spread your leg like this. Just video yourself, put it online. You see 12 million people watching it. You'll be like, what are they watching? What is this one? Somebody just spread their legs. You did video and people are watching. That's how big content is now. So you have to start making that content and start making money. So on this panel, like Chief Swa rightly mentioned, I have 2 people that will be coming on this panel. And after they are done on this panel, as you are sitting, you start making video of yourself and posting online. Just write anything you like. You start making money. All right, to join me on this panel, I will be welcoming Latifa Adebayo. We popularly call her Fatil. So put your hands together for her. You're not clapping for a whole media officer of international. You know, see when she entered Stanford Bridge, they snap picture. You know they see her. You're welcome. And to join us in this panel as well is someone that I don't need to also say too much because Chief Swa already mentioned that. And when I went to Google, I have like 2 pages. In fact, plenty. So, Osareme, in fact, I'm not a rebel person. If I say this surname, I'm going to murder it. So, please, what's the surname again? Chief Swa Enegbedebo. Did I get it? All right, so Sareme Enegbedebo would join us in this panel. Please put your hands together for her. You're welcome. So permit me to take my seat.
one, I know they even big clap for person. All right, so let's get it started. And first off, what is content creation? And I'm really going to be asking Fatil this one because Fatil has grown from being a sports journalist to a content creator to talking about everything happening in the digital space, which is now a big, big business. So for everyone here, please be attentive because Fatil will be telling us what really content creation is about.
Hello, everyone.
Oh. Put your hands together for the local man that just won the Premier League with Arsenal. I for like stand up for the champions, but I no be Arsenal fan. Up United. Nah, not even plenty. Up Arsenal. See them, see champions them. All right, so Fatil, let's have your answer to that question.
Yes, thank you so much, Susie. I will first by saying thank you so much for having me on this panel. This is not my first rodeo at the Ladies in Sport International Conference. And I am so grateful that we have grown to this scale. Congratulations to Tega and her team. Yes, talking about content creation. Content, the way it sounds, content is simply something you can capture either by text, photograph, or video. That's just content. And then you creating it is just by capturing. Now, it now depends on how you want to put this together to become something that will suit your audience. Now, content creation has grown over the years. When we first started, I had a Nokia phone, and it didn't have all the best features in the world. We were on several social media at that time. Twitter wasn't even the best one, but we were doing stuff with a Nokia phone. And it doesn't mean that we have to edit or put some music or whatever. You just capture what you think is important to you. That time, we were not even thinking what is important to the audience. It's just something personal to you. And then you, after capturing, you feel, oh, this content should resonate with my audience. And then people started using such content they've created, now start posting it on Facebook. Then there was no Instagram. Instagram came along later on. But it was just Facebook. And over the years, this has become something, it has grown into something very sophisticated and very popularized. And everywhere you turn, I can say in this room that we are, out of 100% of us here, 80% of us definitely are content creators in our position and lives. I'm sure everybody has been taking photos, doing videos. Someone might just put it on their WhatsApp status. That is content that you've created. And that is just simply content creation in different positions that you are, in different mode, in different forms. And yes, in sports, it has grown to be sophisticated, like I said. And most of us here are doing content creation in different capacities. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm sure that a lot of people understood what she has just said because it's now big business to start doing the content. And even when Twitter wasn't Twitter, when Instagram was Instagram, before TikTok even came, people were making content. But now it looks like all those apps have suddenly popularized the way people do content. So yes, we'll be talking about how you can make money from making content. And that's really the essence of this program. So thank you so much, Fatil, for pointing that out and making us truly understand what content really is. And so I'll come to you now, Osareme.
This days it looks like streaming online is starting to take the place of traditional broadcasting. So do you think in the next 5 years, 10 years, traditional broadcasting will still exist? Or you think both of them are just two of different things that can coexist?
All right, so to answer that question, yes, both can coexist, traditional media and streaming, because everyone wants to consume sports content wherever they are. Everyone wants to watch the game. Everyone wants to see Arsenal lose the Champions League.
He just needed to throw that stone. He hits well.
Yeah, so both can coexist. I do not think that it's really not a battle between both. The future is so broad. The future, maybe for film and others like that, you can say streaming would work better. But for sports, the feel, the thrill of, everyone has a phone, everybody even has a TV in their house, but you still see people wanting to go to a game center, a sports center to just watch the game, the community, the feel that brings. I do not think that even in the next 5 years, that is going to go away. Streaming has been here for a minute now, and for music, for film, it's taken over. But for sports, traditional television still remains at the core of it. So it's not a battle. Both can coexist.
All right, thank you very much. And I like the way you answered the question. Both can coexist. But then it looks like the way streaming is now, TV seems to be going out of fashion, because you can just sit anywhere and you can watch anything from your phone. You can create anything and put it online. But traditional media looks like, well, when I'm at home and I'm comfortable, I can just, I don't want to stay at my phone. Let me just relax, watch the TV. So yes, both can really coexist, and I like the way you've really highlighted that. Let me go to the local man now. And I said we should stop calling local man because Arsenal just won the league. And let's talk about the business side of content creation, turning engagement into revenue. And I'm going to ask you that because anything local man does on anywhere, TikTok, X, IG, Facebook, even if you are smiling, people will watch. How is that turning into revenue for you, or you're just posting them for fun?
No, obviously, it's turning to revenue. But I didn't start today. Local man is ancient. I started a long time ago, and obviously, due to the consistency, due to understanding what my audience wants, due to being positive as well, I've grown and I've converted it into money. And I've actually, just piggybacking to your last question, I've actually gone from content now to actual journalism. By His grace, I now work for Sporty TV. Shout out to Sporty TV. My colleague there, bless him for always there. And it's a funny one because the two can coexist. The two can marry. We are delivering to an audience, and the audience, they can differ, but it's basically the same thing, to be honest. I didn't think I would be holding a mic and a camera, but when I went to the last WAFCON, something just changed, and someone like Assistant Ostrola noticed, he said, "Baba, you know the whole mic," and I'm like, "Nah, so I see her." And I just found out that my audience, they were enjoying it, the proper delivery, not the fun stuff as well. So I'm like, okay, maybe this thing can work. And I remember I was at the airport at Akwa Ibom, and I saw the Sporty TV team, and I was going to South Africa with the Super Eagles. And I said to them, "Are you guys going to broadcast from there?" They were like, "No, they don't have plans." And I said to them, "Well, I can do some stuff for you guys out there because I'm going." And they were like, "Cool." They engaged me, I delivered, and they're like, "You know what, we want you on a permanent basis because we have a Premier League gig in London. As if you live in London, you can anchor that for us." And that's me here. And all this Wembley people I see me is courtesy of Sporty TV. So it's opportunity and talent meeting together. I had the talent, Sporty came along, and the rest is history. So it's about preparedness, it's about readiness, it's about the commitment, the consistency. I saw my colleague in London the other day. I could see the kind of content and the places she was going to. She's technically also advertising herself and her talent to say, I have access to these places. And then when clients come and see it, they'll be like, okay, can you do this for us? Can you do that for us? So it's all about, like I said, your commitment, your consistency, the know-how, and from there you turn it into money.
Okay, but I think a lot of people in the room will want to know how you really turn that engagement into revenue, because people will be like, I post things regularly, I post things consistently, but I get just 2 views. Sometimes I get 5 views. How are you doing differently that's making you get all the views?
Well, that's based on what the quality of content you're turning out, and then the algorithm these days can be very funny. You understand? Some people, that's why some people go negative and do things crazily to get that engagement. So because the algorithm is a bit funny. But for me, if you're consistent in your dealings, because if you like, whether I like it or not, the Mamado, say for instance, marketing manager is online. He's seen everything. The Guinness marketing manager is online. Yeah, they're all seeing it. And if your stuff can resonate with them, those decision makers, they'll put money on the table and ask you to do some content for them. There are so many content. Nigeria is not in the World Cup. There are so many content creators that are being engaged by different brands, to do stuff around the World Cup, despite Nigeria not being there. So if you're in their faces, you're posting consistently, and they discover your talent, they like it, they like what you're delivering, trust me, the brands will come. Not necessarily you making money from the platforms, because sometimes, YouTube they pay, Facebook they pay. I don't really depend on that. I depend on the big bucks from the big boys. You understand? That kind of thing.
All right, I see you. Sorry, I'm pointing our fingers. You'd like to add something to what you just said?
Everything that Kelechi has said is the absolute truth. Content creation is, it's mind-blowing when you actually understand what you're going into. And it's also consistency. I know that it may sound like cliche, but consistency, just continue doing it, keep at it, and then you never know. It's like for MTN, I work with MTN as well, creating content for MTN and also doing a TV show. I have a TV show that I do for MTN. And how did it start? One time in 2021, I think, I was hosting a show called We Move with Super Eagles, and I met the digital manager at the time, and I was just telling her, I was like, oh, I'm a content creator, I do this, I do that, I do that. And she was like, okay, I've heard. I didn't hear from her again. And then one random day, she's just online looking out for sports content creator, and she sees me, and she's like, oh, okay, this girl that does that thing for us, oh, she's also online. That's why I'm saying that traditional media and the online TV streaming platforms can coexist, and that's how I started working for MTN for sports content from 2022. We're in 2026. It's a great partnership we've got going. So consistency, very important, and just keep doing you. Keep doing you. I know that we say that all the time, keep doing you, but honestly, just keep doing you. The difference between the person that hasn't made it, in quotes, and you is consistency. One day, that person who gave up a long time ago is just going to be there. And then when you eventually have your thing together and you're doing so well for yourself, they're going to be like, this one, where did she come from? I hear that all the time. This one, where did she come from? And then when I start showing them things from as far back as 2018, 2019, they're like, yeah, I've been here since. So it's consistency, very important.
Sorry, to add something else as well.
All right.
Make your content in a way that someone can recommend you. So for instance, I'm trying to be positively critical. What I find out with Nigerian content creators at the moment is that everybody wants to do banter. It's Chelsea for Sasasna, it's banter. I can't really, so for instance, some of the people you see on, what's this show they do in the Premier League that Anita Jones anchors? They show it only in Africa and all around the world. Fan Zone, bless you. Those guys there, I recommended them because there's depth in quality. Obviously, they have to go through their vetting process and stuff. Anita is very close to me. I call her and say, yo, I need this is it. But when they look at it, like, okay, they're just bantering. So where's the depth? We can't put these people on TV. You understand? So what I'm just trying to say is that people are watching. People are actively recommending. I'm not a gatekeeper. There are so many jobs that come to me. I'm like, no, let others do it. I can't do everything. You understand? So just let's see more. You can mix and match it. Look at the rest, like Combo and the rest of them. There's a bit of fun in it, and then there's actual analysis. But everybody doing the same thing is like, okay, where's the difference? Why are you unique? I can go to this other person. That kind of thing.
All right. I was going to ask you to add something.
He has said how
he has been able to scale from being just a content creator to now a broadcaster. Osaremi also started off as a freelancer, later on worked on TV, an online TV, and Super Sports, and then she was poached for the MTN Super Falcons job. These things takes a lot of time and a lot of hard work, and also your core, your uniqueness. You must have passion. When it comes to content, well, me, I am not just a content creator for myself. I also create content for other people. And I think my turning point and what I have learned in 2018, I believe, I was on radio since 2012 to 2018. I think that was when I realized that, okay, I think I am best suited to covering sports, telling stories, and, you know, just putting it wherever the platform is. And back then, it was just content creation. Then later on, you have to understand that you are not just only creating this content. I was creating other sports. And I can say right now, before football, any football sponsor will call me, maybe like 10 other sports sponsors would have reached out to me. This year, I can say that because of my affinity with other sports such as swimming, squash, table tennis, basketball, this year I have also tried to have a company because obviously I can't do it alone. And we have done basketball for Red Bull. Red Bull is doing like an all-round Nigerian thing. They are going to grassroots and having regionals. So they need content creators for such sports, for such events. So they see what I've done with other sports, and that took a lot of work. I wasn't even seeing that, okay, in the future there's going to be like sponsorship or whatever, but these people wanted content creators to help them propagate their stories. And we're going all around Nigeria. Earlier on this year, we had the 4th season of the MTN Champs. MTN Champs is only about athletics. Athletics in schools for kids from age 6 to 18, thereabout. That is just the school age group. And there are so many talent, so many athletes, and you won't believe the kind of stories these athletes have. So content creation is very diverse. You can do you can be online, just doing banter. Yes, it sells for those people. And you can also be a storyteller as a content creator. But making money out of it is something for another time. I don't know. Okay, we're talking about making profit here. Platforms like TikTok. That's why we have so many youngsters on TikTok. They can just ramp, yap, do whatever they want on TikTok, and they make a lot of money. And the last data that I saw, I even realized that it's not just the Gen Zs that are on social media, especially TikTok. Now we have elderly people from ages 45 to 60 spending time watching these things on TikTok. And over 1,000 views, I believe, on TikTok, you can get some dollars. So now imagine if you're a Gen Z, you're streaming your game. I think the DG mentioned e-gaming, and then you're streaming your gaming. People are watching, they're giving you flowers. Flowers is like $50, if I'm not mistaken. They'll give you lions. Lion is just an icon, but it comes with money, with value, like $100. So that is how these people make money on TikTok especially. Now Snapchat has like a creators program. I don't know about the money, the value about that, but they have a creators program where you can create content, put it on Snapchat, and you get paid for it. X now, that is a jungle. Another story. X now pay, content creators for so much. Like, it's even getting out of hand because people now come up with things that doesn't even exist. Clickbait, negative posts, and they make money.
There's a guy called Lobby Stars, and he got, I think, double figures million, is it naira or dollar? I don't want to, but you getting double figures in millions
For
on
doing
TikTok
what exactly?
per month, like 10 million naira as your payment from X in a month. I will not work again. I'll just be in my house, just tweeting away. So that is the ways to make money, but I don't do that because I don't have enough followers. I don't have enough engagement because I have tried my best to do something that I feel like I'll be proud of. I will only create content that I feel like resonates with my soul and people that I feel like they are my, my audience. And what I bank on are these sponsors that just come around, like Red Bull. Can you just imagine Red Bull fly you across Nigeria for the year just to create content? Or MTN, we went to Jos. This year we went to Ibadan, Port Harcourt, we did in Lagos. I think we did 5 states, but I wasn't in the 5th one. But that is like 5 trips and experiences, opportunity for you to create, to do something purposeful with sports storytelling. So it's sometimes not only about the numbers to get the money from the platform, but also putting yourself out there on a platform where the bigger people, trust me, people are watching. You don't know who is following you. Bigger people will come and, sponsor you and take you to, the AFCON, for instance. We had some content creators that were flown in. My friend here as well, Rexona ambassador, he was flown and, he did so many things for Rexona in Morocco. So that is the ways where, content creation can actually be banked on, used to get, revenue for content creators in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Fatu. She has spoke a lot about how to create content. And like she mentioned, MTN Shams have been doing a lot in terms of discovering talents, nurturing them, and turning them into superstars. In fact, we have some of them making it to the African Championships and then winning gold medals. So they've been building, creating the contents and churning them out, and it's been amazing so far. So before I go to the audience, if you have a question, you can start preparing your questions, because we'll be giving room for questions, and my panelists will be open to answer them and satisfy you with the answers. But before we go to the audience, I would just quickly like to know how rewarding is telling African stories globally? Because I know a lot of people will be like, what is there to talk about African stories? Is there really a gold to mine in telling African stories? So I don't know who wants to answer the questions. I'll just leave it open. Okay.
There's reward in telling any story, in my opinion. For instance, you see the guy that just signed for Brighton, Johanna?
Yeah, Zadok.
Yeah, exactly. Telling his story, I didn't really know him until pretty much early this year. But telling his story was inspiring because other youths, young people, aspiring footballers can look up to it and say, okay, we can see these guys, journey. But also telling that story, like my friend here does for MTN, field and track and stuff like that, is that there's documentation. So we know where this person started. And when the person ends up being a world champion or a world star, I'll be like, okay, I follow this person's journey. And trust me, when you follow athletes' journeys and they're aware that you're following them, they not usually forget you when they get there. And they help you gain access to wherever you want to go to as well. You understand? So when you see some of these, journalists, being close to some athletes because they were there from the beginning, and now they have the access. And I wanted to say also something like this content creation we're talking about. Even photojournalism is content. The picture is content. You understand? You can even send it to the Guardian newspaper in England and make your money. That kind of thing. So it's not the.
Nigeria will steal your photos and remove your watermark.
You can sell to a global audience. That's what I meant. So, there's joy in telling any story. To be honest, the girls in maybe the WAFCON, that home base, that in the team, you're telling their story to a global audience, and who knows who can watch it and say, okay, we want to sign that girl in Brighton FC of England or something like that. So for me, there's joy and reward in telling African stories.
All right, so, okay, yeah, quickly. All right.
I just wanted to quickly touch on what Kelechi has said in terms of joy in telling African stories. So if you see most of the sports stories that go global and everyone is talking about, it's always full of innovation, resilience, and passion. You know, we like to see someone that came from nothing and became something, and trust me, we have a lot of that in Africa. So who says that the next big global sports story has to come from Europe or something? It could come from Africa, Lagos, Accra, anywhere, you know. So for me, I feel like we have so much to tell with African stories. We just need the right system. We need the right system to package and distribute these stories, because I believe that the audience, they eat up anything that has to do with resilience, grass to grace. And we just need the right distribution channel. That's it.
Okay. Would you like to add something to it?
Yes, just to add, apologies. Telling the stories of an African athlete, I mean, there is so many ways we can do that. And we haven't even scratched the surface. For instance, I'm even grateful that a lot of table tennis community were here. We had the CEO of the ITTF Africa just here. I think he left. And we also have the media personnel, Mr. Lekon, over there. Mr. Lekon is so, you don't know him. He's like the next door neighbor that you don't know a lot about. But in the world, not in Africa, if you Google any story on table tennis, I can guarantee you, out of 100%, he must have written at least half of that. And I am telling you, the person who has written the most table tennis articles in the world, Ian Marshall, is an 80-year-old plus man, has written like 60,000. If Mr. Lekon is not close, I think he's nearing that.
Mr. Lekon, I greet you plenty, sir.
Yes, we greet Mr. Lekon. And where I am going actually is Aaron Okodri. Many people here, you must have heard about Aaron Okodri, because you're not just hearing him. If you ask yourself, Aaron Okodri, what did you hear about him? It's because of his exploits internationally and locally. He started here in Nigeria, or your state, then he migrated to Lagos, and now he has played across the world. This guy, I feel like, is the most documented African athlete that we have, because you can still get articles about Aaron Okodri when he started playing for Nigeria. And it's very, very difficult these days. Just a few days ago, Alex Iwobi made his 100th appearance for Nigeria. Please, if you can just bring out your Google Chrome and Google search, you will not find, okay, maybe you will, because yesterday when I checked, I didn't see much. You wouldn't find an in-depth, maybe like a 1,500 pager editorial piece on Alex Iwobi's journey to 100 matches for Nigeria. If this was in England, for instance, Guardian would have written something. Tribune would have written something. The Sun, which we know that they are always negative, would have written something or even made a video, a documentary, something. I wish we can do more. That was why I said we haven't even scratched the surface. Stuff like this, someone would have popped up the camera and spoke glowingly about Alex Iwobi. 100 caps is no mean feat at all. So I feel like there is joy, and most times when these players, they reach their end of their career, those are the things that they fall back on. When their kids like, oh, Daddy, you know that reel, like, where were you in 2020? Or where were you in 2026? Say, go and Google me. You will see the articles. So I feel like that is where the joy is, finding those moments, writing about it, documenting it, either in photos, videos, audios, what have you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Please, their hands together for our panelists. They've spoken so well. And one thing I've also gotten from them now is that only Africans can tell African stories better. You can't go Google anything about Africans and you're expecting to get it from international media. You have to be the ones telling your story yourself. So with this, I would like to open the floor for just 3 questions so we can manage time. So just 3 questions. If you have questions for our panelists, let me see your end so I can take the numbers. How to make content creation, making money from it, and any other thing you need to ask our panelists, you can let me know by signifying with your hands raised. Just 3 questions and we'll be done. All right, so please, who's helping me with the mic so you can give the mic to them?
Hello. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Melody Joshua, and my question basically is, everybody keeps saying, be consistent, be consistent, be consistent, be consistent. In the process of being consistent and you hit a roadblock, what happens? Like, when you just keep on posting or keep on creating, and at the end of the day, you feel like it's not yielding any results, or you just hit a roadblock, basically. You don't know, you don't get motivated anymore. What happens then? That's it. Anybody?
Let's take the whole question.
Well, I think it's a good question. Sometimes I myself, I hit roadblocks as well, but it doesn't deter me. Like I said, when everybody is doing the same thing, you have to find your own uniqueness in the same thing that everybody is doing. And once your audience can resonate with what you're doing, maybe you just need to change tactics. Maybe that's why you're getting the low views, or it's just the algorithm. Maybe you need to understand the algorithm. But once you can, how do I put it now, tweak it. Initially, when I started on Arsenal Fan TV, I used to sing before I answer your question. In a way, I was also promoting the Nigerian culture, the Nigerian music and everything. Audio, you both got attracted to me. I was not changing my accent for anybody. I was just being me. You understand? They enjoyed it. And that set me up. So the consistency is there, but you need to have something unique that you're posting. And again, just to differ a little bit, everybody's now doing football. Like she said, there's tennis, there's basketball. I saw Onyechi. Onyechi was passing the mic. Where's Onyechi? Okay, she's outside. We were at, what was this event we were at in Rwanda? We were just the only 2 media people that were there from Nigeria. No, it wasn't Bal. The one this guy does was Ujiri, Masai Ujiri's so the Giants of Africa. We're just 2 of us. So there were no content. If it's football now, AFCON, this, you see 1 million. But other sports, they are being neglected. And there's money there. I was the only one. I'm basically a football guy. But now I speak on basketball. What's the New York Knicks guy that the Nigerian guy, OG Anunoby, last night, 2 nights ago? I did content on it too. You understand? So it doesn't have to be football. It could be tennis. It could be Haruna Kwadi, like she said. Maybe he did something, just differ a little bit. But once everybody's doing the same thing, the audience is like, I've seen this one from this person. Okay, what next?
So let me just add a follow-up question to what she's asking. So what if you keep doing it and then it looks like nobody is even concerned about it? They'll just be like, what is this one doing? It's not football. You're not even making sense. So that's why some people just feel like, well, let me just go for something that is trending that everybody wants to see. Because people also want to start making money.
I get that, but everybody cannot even be a content creator, to be honest.
Also, I would say that content creation at the beginning should be a means to an end for you. If you look at it that way, not everybody, to be honest, I still feel like the content creators of today will be the directors of content tomorrow. Well, I am an example of that. I direct content for competitions. I just don't do content creation. So when you see content creation as a means to an end, it's just like, okay, like presenters now, when they start, like they present shows, they do morning bell today, do evening bell tomorrow. At some point, that person will grow to another position, like maybe director of programs. Like I saw a colleague of ours, Shola Thompson, he has worked all around Nigeria. Now he's a director of programs for a particular radio station. So that is progress. Just take content creation as a means to an end. I'm sure you have other things that you do. Even people that are doing content creation, some of them, that is not their full-time job. No, it's not. Yeah, well, like...
It was never my full-time job. But it was side, but it later became the main.
Yeah, because...
I was doing something. I have a PhD in engineering. I was in my classroom.
We are here with a doctor, so...
I'm just a local map.
So when content creation is not getting you, when you mean block, do you mean like inspiration or financial motivation?
Like inspiration.
Inspiration. There are so many things you can do. Every creator have hit a roadblock.
Just think, what do you do in terms of sports creation? What's your niche? Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Hold on, so she can.
Okay, so I'm not into sports. I just started learning how to skip recent. So I'm a makeup artist.
Okay.
So I'm just asking, like, apart from makeup artist, I'm just trying to, like, put myself out there for myself, not for my brand at this time. So I'm just asking, because there are times that I want to make something, like, I want to do something other than my brand. I just want to put myself out there, and I don't know where to, like, draw inspiration from. So I just drop my phone and I just continue living my life. But I want to document that life that I'm living, but I don't get motivated to even document the life that I'm living. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, absolute sense. I also think that that's where passion comes in. Yes, because for times when you hit a roadblock and it just feels like, could this be the end? You just remember why you're doing this. And that's why, like Fatil said, it cannot be the only thing that you're doing. You have to have something else that you're doing so that you're not now tempted to say, oh, because this is not working, or you want to just drop it off totally. But if you have something else, especially because I know that finance is also very important. So if you have something else that you're doing and content creation is just on the side, eventually it can become the main thing. I mean, for everyone here, I think that it has become the main thing, right? But I also just think that that's where passion comes in. So if you're passionate about it and you really want to see yourself succeed, I think that you'll continue doing. For me, I want to talk about how I started and I came into the sports industry. In 2018, I had gone for all the auditions in Lagos. I had gone for it all. I was 6 a.m., I'm there for that audition. And then one random day, I'm just sitting down, I'm just thinking about my life, and then someone told me about Goal.com. Goal.com used to be like the biggest football website at the time. And then they told me that, Goal.com was looking for a presenter. And I'm like, Goal.com that I know is editorial now. What are they looking for? But I went, anywhere belefis, as they say. So I went for the audition, I did my thing, and then I started. And there were times that I just got tired because I was doing Vox Pop. That's how I started. We'll go to Ikeja on that bridge. We'll be doing interviews. And you know how you know how these Agberos can be. And sometimes I'll just be like, ah, God, why? But I knew that I wanted to be a sports presenter. That was the goal. I knew I was going to do this. As much as I wanted to act as well, I wanted to be an actor and I wanted to be a sports presenter. It's very possible to do both and excel at both. I am living proof. And it was while I was doing my Ikeja under bridge, I was doing my thing, I was pushing, and from our head office, they said, oh, they wanted to take me for the World Cup, you know. So I went for Russia 2018. And it was while we were journeying from, you know how the bus that they will bring to carry you from the flight to the airport, you know, just when your flight lands. And that was where I met somebody, one of the higher ups at Super Sports. And it was just like, oh, why are you here? What do you do? I said, I'm working with Go.com, blah, blah, blah. He told me Super Sports were hiring at the time for, you know, one of the biggest football shows in Nigeria at the time, out of Africa, mixed football and entertainment. And that was how I got on there. From there, fun fact, from there, this is me who had been going for auditions from time to time. It was from there. I mean, we have a lot of film producers that watch the show. And that was how I got my first call for a film. And I went, I showed up, I did my thing from there. And that's how it just happened. And we're here today. So what am I trying to say? Like, that consistency, I know it sounds funny. I know it sounds like they always say it's consistency. But you have to show up. I don't think there's anybody that... Grace is very important, grace. But grace has to meet you doing something. It's very important. Like, you have to be doing something. When the opportunity comes, you have to be doing something. You have to be doing something. It's like when they say, oh, you want to be in a relationship, and they say, will the man come and meet you in your house? You have to be outside. It also just applies to...
But you can't be outside for that one. You can't just go parading the road.
Outside.
Be outside.
Susie,
Be outside,
be outside.
She's just saying network more. That's what she's saying. She was at the airport and met Super Sports director. Network more. That's what she's saying.
All right. Thank you very much, my panelists. Let's have 2 more questions so we can wrap up.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here. My name is Jeriba Covenant, a last right. So I'm directing this question to you, sir. What that ideology of many upcoming content creators that, okay, if you don't have a foreign SIM, you cannot benefit content creation. What effect does it have on the country, and how has content creation positioned Nigeria globally?
You don't need the foreign scene to validate you. You can be doing something in the local scene, but your story is being shown in the foreign scene. If you're a good storyteller, the world is a global village. Everybody will see it. We see a lot of our photographers, for instance, their work are being shown all over the world, you know. So it's about the talent that you have and the kind of story you're telling and the impact the story is making. Don't forget impact. I know people do content for content creating sake, but the impact of that content, how positive is it? What are you trying to pass across? So what's the impact on the ecosystem? So it's not really, foreign doesn't really validate. I was just giving an example then when I said about the sports show in London, because I've been in Nigeria and living in London. If a foreign person wants to do something with Nigerian creators or journalists, they'll definitely come to me as a port of call. Do you know this person? What is this person? Can you approve it? Can you recommend? And then we do it, you know. So once you're consistent, you're in my face and I'm seeing what you're doing and I can remember what you're doing, the impact that you're making. Yeah, why not? We'll recommend. I guess I answered your question.
Sorry, just to add to our question, and I'm just going to answer with an example. During our MTN Champs that we did, I believe, in Port Harcourt, if I am not wrong, this season, there was a 14-year-old boy. You can already see that he's from a very poor home because his shoes were worn, his clothes were mismatched, but he still ran and he eventually won that event. So what I did when I saw that, in my head, I was like, okay, we probably won't showcase him a lot because he's not one of our MTN, because MTN Champs, afterwards we pick a couple of athletes, we spotlight them and also put them in a house, full scholarship, logistics, everything, for as many as 5 years, right? And he probably won't be chosen. So I was like, okay, I took it upon myself to tell his story. He's 14 years old. He's from Agbo or something. I can't really remember right now. And not only did I got to know about this guy, I also recorded his tattered shoes, his tattered mismatched clothes, and I asked him, who is your role model in Nigerian athletics? And he mentioned Israel Okon. I included that in the video and uploaded it on our page. Did you know that immediately I uploaded, and how the algorithm works, it also works in, I don't know, AI is crazy, right? Israel Okon is currently in America in one of the top schools as a student athlete. And he saw that video. He immediately responded to us that he needs to be in contact with this boy. He's ready to provide this boy with every tools that he needed. Wow. And eventually, he got in contact with the coaches, and I can tell you he has gotten all the spikes, everything shining, and I can't wait to see him next season. So no matter where you are, the corner of the world you are, you can still create content that can impact change. If that is what you want to. Some people want popularity from content creation. But if you need to choose, pick your battle, what you want to do with your content from anywhere you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one last question. Just one last question. Yes, one last question, please.
All right. Thank you very much for this. And I think maybe where I'm going will give away my age if you don't know it already. But I'm very curious about this content creation because a couple of people actually came to me recently and said, you know, you're a content creator. And I said, well, I beg your pardon. Oh, how can't you monetize this? And I really don't understand. So I'll tell you, what I do is I'm an avid music lover. So I curate music, and I post music on Spotify every Saturday. And I have 118 playlists with a minimum of 20 tracks. And it's all type of music, you know, from Fuji to, you know, Afrobeat to jazz, whatever it is. So I'm on number 118 now. And somebody came to me about 2 weeks ago and said that she was speaking with somebody and they were playing my music. I said, where's that from? And, you know, and she said, look, I can be your content, I can help you your content creation and monetize it. And I said, what are you talking about? So the second thing is I also wanted to know what sort of platforms, because the other thing I do, and that's why I said my age, is that I do LinkedIn. Because you always hear barrister, I'm a lawyer. And I've been around the practice for quite a while. I mean, I'm 41 years at the bar. So I decided some time ago that, you know, there's so much, everybody talks about Gen Z, and they don't this and I thought to myself, why don't I tell my story of when I started? You know, people assume that you've come this far, you're doing well, and it was always like this. Nobody realized that there's a time where you have to go and stand at the toll gate for your boss to pick you up to go to Ibadan, and then he drives past you and you run from there back to the motor park. You know, things like that. So I started doing that. It's called Beyond the Bar, but it's on LinkedIn. And yes, somebody moved it to Instagram for me, but I really don't understand, and maybe I need to have a master class on this, but I don't understand the whole concept. I can understand what you're talking about, creating content for a particular purpose, and creating content because you're promoting something. But how does what I've just said now tie into what you're talking about?
All right, so my panelists would like to tackle that question from Barrister Seyi Akinwumi. Barrister, sir, I've been chasing you for a while, and I think I'm the only one in the sports industry that have not benefited from meeting you. So I'll see you after the program. I just needed to say that. That's not part of content anyways, but yes. Who is going to answer the question? Okay, they are still consulting with each other.
So the music you're posting, is it your own music or is it a collection of different people's music? I don't think you're allowed to make money, monetize someone else's content. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed. You know, even like for instance, when we post and then we put music on Instagram, that's an Instagram and the musician's agreement. But if I put that music independent of it, I can be clamped down, my account can be closed. For instance, when I cover the Premier League, I've never posted any Premier League footage because you can wake up the next morning, you've lost your page because it's not your content. So I don't think essentially you can monetize that. So I'm so sorry.
But I was going to add, DJs put lists together and they put it on platforms and they're making money from it.
Most times they're not making money from it. Most times they're not making money from
Copyrights,
it.
yeah.
Copyright infringement.
The only people making money, I would
See
say,
the-
and it is
DJ,
illegal.
okay, DJ,
and it is
Can you confirm that for us?
trendsmusic.com, right? I'm sure many people have downloaded music from trends.com or something. And then when you play the music, the first 5 seconds, it goes trendymusic.com.
Trendybeats.com.
Trendy Beats. You don't download there before. It is actually piracy, to be honest. And a guy was arrested last year. Oh, really? Yeah.
I mean, they arrest people a lot.
Yeah,
Like,
the guy
even
was arrested
when
last
people are
year,
using
and
all
he
those dodgy sticks,
Yeah,
all those Amazon stick to stream Premier League, they get arrested. So
I really
we
want
can't
to
encourage
touch on
that.
something real quick. I know we're pressed for time, but
Yes, we're
from the angle of you being a barrister, I just wanted to say that there are ways that you can monetize your knowledge on social media. There's this guy on Instagram. He goes by the name Timi Agbaje. That's his name, actually, Timi Agbaje. And there's something he does where he always just says, maybe there's something trending now that happens. Maybe there's an issue with someone harassing somebody. He will come and say, something. What does the law say? And then he will tell you what the law says as regards that. Timi makes money. Timi makes money from that. Timi makes money. So, like, so it could be you just, updating us on it because we don't know. This is our generation.
Sports.
We
don't know
yes,
sport.
even
A lot of
sport,
sports
yes.
law.
Sports
I only
law
know
as
one
well.
sports law person, and it is Dami, sorry. The only sports law person that I know, Beverly. Yeah, Beverly. She's the only sport, and she's not like social media, but she sends emails all the time. You can also do that, email list as I'm sure you have like a repository of thousands of people in your connections that you can be doing like random or, maybe quarterly email listing that you can be sending out. Also, you talking about nobody knows your story from grass to grace. Many people now are taking their stories by themselves. We have so many players that now have their stories on Netflix. Rafa Nadal just only released his own like last week. So you can also have like, a couple of episodes on your YouTube and it is there for life. So that is the way.
You don't have to be in front of the camera if you don't want to. It could be like a podcast kind of thing. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. You can also, there are a lot of faceless YouTube channels that are making thousands of dollars.
And because you're already an authority in sports, if you say anything, people want to listen. So that's also an advantage.
Or you can be like Infantino. I think he's the greatest PR in football. Once he wants to promote any of the events, you see him very passionate when he's promoting, especially before the World Cup. He was going every country, and his camera people was all around him. He was talking, gesticulating. I know maybe you won't be able to do all of that, but you need to find what suits you better.
Sorry, real quick. I just really wanted to share this real quick. Also, the power of AI as a content creator. I don't think people talk about that a lot, but I'm going to talk from a first-hand basis, second-hand basis. My sister has a YouTube channel, and just last week, I know she made over $2,000. She does not show her face. She does not give me 1 naira. I voice it for her. She just puts those AI, those thingy, that they are whatever they do. She merges everything. She sends me the script. I will voice it for her. She'll say, oh, your voice is so lovely. Your voice is so amazing. And then at the end of the month, this last month, I told her you must pay me when she was showing me $2,300.
Collect your cuts?
She has not given me yet. But this is my sister, like, it's just the AI. She just puts it together, send me, I'll do it. So I'm just trying to say, like, so many ways. Even AI, you can explore that. It's such a stress-free way to make good money.
So this has been an insightful conversation. Please put your hands together for my panelists. Thank you so much, Sareren. Thank you so much, Fatil. Thank you so much,
Pictures.
Yes, this has been the voice of the prolific, the sizzling one, the Mission X winning sports journalist. I like to pride myself because I was there when Super Falcons won the WAFCON. So,
were you there?
Were you there?
If you were not there, you have to clap.
All right, pictures, please.
Thank you so much, especially to the man that we dragged in. And it was such a great sport. I'm not saying because Arsenal are your club, because I'm not going to still like your club. When I'm not going to still be champions of England, I've been of Europe. Now 1 in 22 now go, but thank you so much, Kelechi. Tega, please come up there, come up there, come up there. And again, to the rest of us that managed to stay till the end, much obliged. Thank you so much. You have been very gracious. Mommy, I see you. I love your skin tone. Your melanin is popping. This is why we have to bring in a lady from H2O, because you look like you drink a lot of water. Yes or yes?
Yes, very much yes.
And you mind your business. Most important, yes or yes?
Absolutely. Yes and yes and yes. Thank you.
Una drink water and mind your business, unless your business is the business of making us money. Then bring your business to me. Thank you so much. Please, our lady from H2O. I know you gave me the names and they are very beautiful to behold, but I mean, let's give her some of our attention, eh? Just want a sound clap, a sound clap, a sound clap, another sound clap. Thank you very much. Water is life, yes or yes? Oh yeah, now to our H2O people.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaz Janet Joshua, and I'm the convener of the H2O Wellness Campaign. We're a community of people that believe that everyone can stay healthy just by drinking the right amount of water every day. So we have a bottle of water on our table, and I can say for free that some persons have not drank their water. If you've not drank your water, if you've not opened your water, be very honest with yourself. Tell yourself the truth. Okay, that's good. I see you're drinking your water now. That's really great. And I see that's amazing, fantastic. But if you've not opened your water, hello, Mom. Hello, Ma. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Kaz. This is your water, right? Yes, it is. Yeah, so why have you not drank out of it? You have already? Okay, that's really great. So I'm basically... Yeah, so, I mean, except you're just coming in right now, but if you've been here, have you had water ever since you've been here? You have to. That's why I'm here. I'm here to fight you to drink water. It's for your own good. And don't suffocate yourself. Okay, so basically, like I said, I'm here to encourage you to drink water. Proper hydration is good for you. No matter what you're doing, no matter how hard or tight your schedule is, if you do not take care of yourself, trust me, you're going to end up in the hospital. And nobody wants to go there because it's a place that nobody likes. So I'm just here to share with you like little details on how to stay properly hydrated. First off, we know that people actually would complain that they have headaches, fatigues, and all of those. And if you must, not have any of those things, you always have to, drink water. As a person, as an adult, as a man and as a woman, the quantity of water you require or that you deserve or that you're expected to take is quite different. So as a man like this photographer, he's expected to take more water than myself. As a man that has this kind of muscles and all of those, you're expected to take more water than myself. So it's always very good for you to, drink enough water. Like I said, I am from H2O Wellness Campaign, and we're a community of people that believe that everyone can stay healthy just by drinking the right amount of water. So we're going to do a little exercise now. So if I come to your table or if I look around you and point at you, please just cooperate. Can we do that? Can we cooperate? Okay, so I'm going to start from here, and I'm going to ask how much water you've drank today. Be honest, I'm not going to flog you. I don't have any cane with me. So just tell me how much water you've drank today.
2 bottles.
2 bottles of what size?
This size, actually.
Okay, two bottles of 75 cl. That's what you've drank today. That's quite good. So this is 314. So how many bottles do you think you have left to go?
Maybe 2 or 2.5.
2 or 2.5. Keep thinking about the right answer to give me. I'll come back to you. That's the man there, and this is the woman. So tell me, have you drank water today? Be sincere.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the quantity of water you've drank today?
I cannot calculate because I think I have had like 3 bottles of water.
Okay, you've had 3 bottles of 75 cl water.
Is then Nirvana, then I think Seaway in the house.
Okay, so that's 3 already. Okay, that's good. You're doing good. You're doing really, really good. So let me come to you. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So have you drunk water today? What was the quantity of water you've taken?
3.5.
3.5 of 75 cl. Okay, that's quite really interesting. So now that we know that, okay, let me talk to this other lady before I move over and just wrap up. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's the quantity of water you've taken today?
Just this.
Just this. Now, she's a person I've been looking for all my life. I finally found her. So all through the day, she has taken just 1 bottle of water and she has not finished it. Please, you're breaking my heart. I feel very heartbroken. So ideally, as a woman, you're supposed to take 8 glasses. Now, if you want to, so I don't have a glass here. Maybe some other time we can do the experiment because I do not have much time, but I would have really loved to do the experiment for you. So 8 glasses of water, that's actually 4 of this in a day, right? And the beautiful thing about drinking water is you don't have to, gulp the water, squeeze the bottle like you have some issues with the bottle. You don't have to be so cruel on the bottle. All what you need to do is sip. You're not supposed to be thirsty because you being thirsty is as a result of, dehydration. And you're supposed to always maintain a level of hydration every time. Thirst is like when you allow mosquito to bite you and you say, maybe I'll just take malaria medicine. So thirst itself is a disease, a sickness. You're not well. When you're thirsty, that means you're sick, you're not okay. And you need to drink water, right? All what I am saying is, as a man, please make sure that you drink 4 liters of water a day, 3.5 to 4 liters of water in a day. That's the minimum you're supposed to take. Because you have muscles, you're doing strenuous work, and all of those. So you need to take more water than a woman. So as for me as a woman, I'm supposed to take 2.5 to 3 liters of water in a day. Then if I'm pregnant as a woman, I'm supposed to take way more than that. So please, when you go about your day, when you do the work you have to do, make sure that you carry on water. See all those really fancy cups, all those fancy flasks, those water cans. Carry it. Do not be ashamed because you might be in traffic and you don't have, any person selling water by your side, or you don't have, someone that can readily just give you water. But that bottle that you have in your hand can actually save you and save the other person by your side. Do not be thirsty. Always make sure that you drink water without you being thirsty. In fact, we always advise that 30 minutes in between your clock. So this is, let's say this is 3 p.m. At 3:30, you're sipping on water. Just sip water with that class, with that very beautiful, nature of it. Just sip water. You don't have to be thirsty. At 3:30, you sip. 4 p.m., you sip. 4:30, you sip. 30 minutes interval. You should always make sure that you do what? You should always make sure that you do what? Thank you so much. Because when you drink enough water, for people that are trying to, lose weight, try to balance a particular weight size, that actually still helps you. And we all know that proper hydration takes away chronic diseases like kidney stone. And for people that have seen people go through that surgery before, I have seen someone go through the surgery of removing a kidney stone, and he spent 7 million naira. Meanwhile, he would have been able to just buy plenty of water and keep by his side rather, and just keep consuming. So as a person in sports, as a regular person, you're not in sports, so you're doing whatever that you're doing, you're just a regular human being. Please, I beg you, drink water. So do you promise you're going to drink more water from today onward? No, you're not making it sound like you want to drink water. Do you promise that you're going to drink more water from today onward? And another thing you can do, you can always spice up your water, put in cucumbers, watermelons, all this fruit-based water. So in case you find yourself in a place where you do not have water by your side, right? You can always get watermelons to substitute, because watermelons has 98% of water and 2% of fiber, which is actually very good for you. So take cucumbers, watermelons, apples, pineapples, oranges, all these water-based fruits. They are very, very good for you. And always try to infuse them into your water because that enzymes that it gets to release is super, super healthy for you. All right, like I said again, my name is Kars, and I'm the convener of the H2O Wellness Campaign. We're a community of people that believe that everyone can stay healthy just by drinking the right amount of water every day. And please feel free to let us know if you would like us to deliver water to your house for free. We believe that water should not be sold. It should be free. That's what we'll go about. You can see us in traffic sharing water. Just take it from us. You can see us in your estate giving out water. Just don't hate on us, because sometimes when we go out to give our water, some persons will be like, why are you giving us water? Please carry water, they go. I don't want water. All of those kind of things. We are still trying to, build that society. So whenever you see us in traffic, in your church, at your school, in your office, anywhere, please, just collect water from us and drink. And also remember to stay hydrated, okay? So do we promise that we're going to stay hydrated from now on? So if I say H2O Wellness Campaign, you say Hydrate for Health. Can that happen? Can that happen? So if I'll say H2O Wellness Campaign, you say Hydrate for Health. H2O Wellness Campaign. Thank you so much. Have a good time.
Thank you very much. H2 water. Nice. Now I will ask, ladies in sports. Now, not say hydrate. Now what fun ourselves. Some people don't know how to get expo well when they are doing expo. So when I say ladies in sports, this year's team was beyond the game, right? So let me stand up top because I want to welcome our convener to come and give us our closing remarks. But I want to say again, thank you, Susan, Prolific Susie from Radio Now and to the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tonte, not the Tonte, his brother. Thank you, Dami. Thank you, H2O. Thank you to the ones when we say do fashion parade for back, but not great talk for front. Thank you, Mr. Skincare. Thank you, our gymnastics, especially doing the Lord's work. Thank you to our ballers and hoopers behind you. Thank you to the Dr. Antonia. Thank you to my kids from, sorry, sir, they call them my kids, not me born now. Hey, God. Oh. But thank you so much to our LIS2026 lights, because you are doing great things. I passed through your space a couple of weeks ago. Did you guys experience online the power of Ojude Lasso? Please. That's why I was surprised that you people are talking about content like Una not the Andulam. Lasso is going to be bigger than Unilag. No offense. I'll not put water from mouth. What they are doing on their socials, I'm telling you. Go and look at what Lasso is doing in theater now. Just their initiations, and not because initiation, just their initiation ceremonies should tell you that there are schools and there are other schools. My first school is Uniben, and we don't come close, and we are federal. So that should tell you something. So, Jovita Eke, I see you. Your first one, enjoyment. This lady in green traveled all the way from Enugu just to attend this particular one. We always have people who come through, so thank you very much. And she looks fine, though. Stand there, I see you. If I was saying, waka go, waka come. Fantastic fashion. I held her in a conversation of almost 5 minutes because of how she looked in the bathroom. Let me not lie. Women, we do that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fatil Latifa, always impacting as you go. Again, thank you, too, to my lady. What's this your name again? Oh, this one bust my head. Since I met her in last week, she has been bombing me for messages on how to get into ladies in sports. Thank you. Shout out your name again. Augusta Kosi. Yes, I remember. She's also your LASU FM person. Yes, she handles things there. So you are young kids, young at heart, and you are doing the Lord's work. Please, can someone get me Tega so she can give us our closing remark? Tega. Miss Isi, can I have Tega? Okay, a round of applause for our convener, Tega Onojaife. Thank you to MTN. Thank you to Mama Do. Thank you to LD folks at Nations Field. I hope some of you got to get something. Tega, you look amazing, by the way. Who sold this cloth for you? Need to collect second money. If you work out too much on that light, your landlord will increase your rent. If not, be you be the landlord. I'm telling you. Anyway, over to Tega.
Thank you so much. You can see the confetti on my face. Yes, so MTN was doing something outside. Answer 3 questions and win a fan. And then if you answer the questions well, there'll be confetti. So this is a champion's look. There's a trophy, actually. This is a champion's look. So yes, so want to thank our sponsors, MTN Nigeria. They gave us this venue as part of their sponsorship. This was the venue. They also supported with everything I needed. Like it was from one speaker, one person to the other. MTN Nigeria really came through for the Ladies in Sports Summit this year. So let's put our hands together for MTN. Also, Stanbic IBTC, they have been with us for 7 years now, committed to the cause of promoting women. And even when you go to the brand, you see, I think there's a percentage of their management team that must be women. So thank you, Stanbic IBTC. Thank you also to Mamado. They gave us, if for not the sandwich you ate, they gave it to us today. They also had spread, and they also have oil. So if you want some, you go to the back of the hall. Thank you, Mamado, for supporting us. Also want to thank Coca-Cola for refreshing us, the water, the drinks. That was from Coca-Cola. Let's put our hands together for Smooth 98.1 FM. First of all, they employed me. Oh my goodness, I didn't see you earlier on. Thank you so much. First of all, they employed me, and then their media partners. I want to thank every single person that spoke on every single speaker that came up on this stage. So amazing to take out the time to celebrate with us. I want to thank one special person. He likes to hide, so I'm going to say that we should put our hands together for Jonathan Hansen. Now, let me tell you why we are putting our hands together for Jonathan Hansen. Because when we wanted to start this, Jonathan Hansen was actually the brains behind Ladies in. Like, Tega, put it together. That was the guy. So every year he comes and he shows up and he's right there and he's supporting. He's always hiding, so I've brought him out so that you can see him. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for coming. And thank you, every single person that came, stayed to the end. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope we impacted your lives today. And I hope we see you next year and maybe the year after and maybe the year after as we grow together. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
And on that note, I will say I wish you safe journeys as you go. I hope that the thoughts and the ideas that has been exchanged bring out something that is physical. Thank you to our online audience from wherever you were. Thank you for joining us in the conversation. My name is Chief Swore Chappelle, the one you call Lorogun One, your energy chief. I will tell you that catch me later in the day. We'll be talking fishing commentary for Super Sports for World Cup. That's where we like to live. But on the other side, DJ Mega, take us away. Use the hashtag LIS2026. Hashtag LIS2026. Beyond the game, we have shown that power, profit, and purpose are twins that can move together. And on that end, Tega, it's like you want to say something? It's in my pocket. Well, only one word to say. If I say go, you say go. 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 Go.